Hey, Terry, how are you doing today, my man?
Good, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. Race one here at the Oaklawn Park. We're going to go live today, Terry, as we try to do every weekend. I'm all the way on the wrong track. I'm even on the wrong card, I think, here. So let's go ahead and just talk about Oaklawn Park. Let me hide this. It's been a kind of a rush to get myself up to this spot today. So, um, first race at Oaklawn Park. Terry, why don't you take us away? What's the distances and all that kind of good stuff?
Okay, let me tell you what the distance is. A mile and 16th. It's a $8,000 claiming race. Purse 25,500 for 3-year-olds and up, and it's on the dirt track. So
Indeed, for sure. So let me pull it up real quick, and I don't know why I didn't have it, but let's talk a little bit about what they're just starting this meet, so it's kind of hard to say what the bias is. From doing I know from doing previous races at Oaklawn Park, Terry, that a lot of times it is a speed track. That's the way it's played out so far. So
yep.
that's the way it's kind of played so far this year. So looking at a mile and a 16th, Terry, in the previous meet, Terry, you're looking at horses that have, let's look real quick. There aren't any scratches in this spot, right?
Not in the first race. No, there's 3 of them in the second, but not this race.
So they had 120 races at this distance in the last meet, of which about 2/3 of them won, Terry, going going speed horses. So that'd be roughly about 80 of the horses. And then on the speed side, about 25% of them, so about a quarter of them, Terry. So about 30 of them, about 27 horses went wire to wire. There's definitely an inside out advantage. In the last week, they ran 5 races, Terry. Not one horse went wire to wire, but 3 of the 5 actually were speed horses. So first, second, or third. And it was more of an outside bias so far to start this year. So you have a little bit of a different take so far on Oaklawn. Let's take a quick run down the horses and see which ones we like, Terry. So race horse number 1, Love Nest. What are your thoughts on Love Nest?
Well, Love Nuss, the rail position so far is winning 21% clip. And it's going to a route now after running 6 furlongs last race. Ran 5th by 3 3/4. It does have the best dirt speed among today's starters, and the trainer has won 2 out of 6 starts.
Yeah, definitely. When I look at this horse, Terry, the last time out, the fractions were a little bit on the slower side from its previous race. So, not something I'm always enthralled with. I don't like the fact that internally I saw some drop in its pace figures as too. Number 2, Terry, is Shake It Up. What do you think about Shake It Up?
Well, they put blinkers on it, I guess, trying to get it to do something. It hasn't won since 4 races back at Louisiana Downs. And then it's not done very well here at Oaklawn Park. It's 0 for 8 starts.
Yeah, that's probably not taking much money either from the bettors. It's up to 20, from 20 to 1, Terry, to 29 to 1. I don't see anything in its numbers, in its workouts, that encourage me to think that it can even live up to 29 to 1. So for me, Terry, this, as they say, is a simply forgettable horse.
Yes.
The next horse on the block is number 3, Tis Show Business. What are your thoughts about Tis Show Business?
Well, drops in class, and the trainer, whenever it brings a beaten favorite back, which she was the favorite, or he was the favorite last time, wins 27% of those races. And this year, he's been in the money 10 out of 14 times, winning 4 of those races. He's won once here at Oaklawn Park. So
Yeah, when I look at the horse, you do have the beaten favorite angle, as you mentioned before, Terry. It is dropping a little bit in purse money. One of the few horses that's dropping from purse money. Last time ran for 34,000. This time running for 25,500. And it is one of the morning line favorites, but I would like to see some improvement. I did see some improvement in the fractions last time, although it did shorten up a little bit. So maybe those numbers weren't as impressive. As we talked about, speed tends to be the way. Horse looks like more of a closer to me, but probably definitely one we have to consider. Coach Adams, Terry, is the 4 horse. It does have some of the fastest fractions that any of these horses in this field have ever produced in the opening quarter. And if I look at this horse, it's one of two horses, Terry, with a last race speed figure above par for this level.
Yeah, it's been off for over 46 days, and but the trainer wins 21% of the time when they bring a horse back from that long off. That's Jerry Hollandfer. It finished third versus similar last race. Has a really good workout on. It's a bullet workout on December 7th. 4 furlongs, 47 for breezing, and that was the best out of 34. And it's been in the money 6 out of 11 times this year. At Oaklawn Park, it's finished in the money 11 out of 18 times, winning 3 of those.
Yeah, and what I like about that bullet workout, Terry, it was the fastest of 34 at Oaklawn Park, so you know he likes the track. And it was the last workout. So I call it when the horse's last workout before they hit a race, I call it a bullet and go. And a bullet and go is one of my angles. I like that angle a lot. Number 5 is I Still Got It. Terry,
Yep.
sounds like a horse that's named after you and me.
That's true. It does have Kenny Tohill in the irons, which he hasn't been doing real good so far, but I like him as a jockey. He still got it except for at Oaklawn Park. He's 0 for 8.
But you got to get it somewhere, Terry,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He's been second once and third twice, and he's had some pretty decent workouts.
Yeah, I Still Got It, Terry, has the top pedigree in the field for the distance and surface. Perhaps that's why it's won 2 of 5, but really kind of an all or nothing horse at the distance. Really has done nothing so far at Oaklawn Park. So it is probably one that I will think about maybe putting in there because it is one of the few horses with some early pace, probably a part of the early pace, which is one of the ways to win here, but not my top pick. Number 6 is Ike. Terry, you were around when he was president, right?
Absolutely. Actually, one of my uncle's names was Ike, and
So you picked him for sure then.
that's right. And Ike has the highest last speed rating in the race, and he won his last race out by 7.5 lengths. And the trainer, when he brings a horse back after a win, wins 22% of the time. He has the highest speed figure at today's distance, and he's been at Oaklawn Park before. He's won 1 out of 7 and finished second and third the other 2 times.
Yeah, and also coming off that highest last race speed figure, on top of that, Terry, when I did my pace analysis, the 6-horse Ike has the best early pace and the best 4 furlong numbers as well. So very likely that Ike is going to be one that they all got to catch, Terry, along with I Still Got It is another one of those horses that's probably going to play along in there. And I mentioned that Coach Adams was one of 2 horses that had last race speed figure above par for this level. The other one here is Ike. Next up on our board is Vaquero Files. What do you think about this one?
Well, it is dropping in class, but it's only won 2 races out of the 30 career starts. He hasn't raced in 55 days. His speed ratings have been pretty poor. His best speed rating is well below the average speed of this winning speed of this race distance.
Yeah, I'm looking at Vaquero Files, Terry. About the only thing I could see in this horse that I like is it does have dropping a little bit in terms of its class. Was $32,000 purse last time, 25.5 as I mentioned this time. It does have a history of running, and it got to kind of go back a little bit to find it, some of the better fractions, but hasn't done that in a while. So it's going to have to turn back the clock, Terry, if it wants a chance to beat this group, I feel. Number 8 is Heirloom Kitten, Terry. This is another one that should be a part of the early pace. Was the favorite last time out at Indiana Grands on October the 27th. Since then, put in a few workouts, just one, it looks like, but a decent one. What do you think about Heirloom Kitten, which is right now the favorite?
Well, he's dropping in class, and he's been in the claiming game. He's been claimed 6 times this year, and he's got the highest speed figure at today's distance. The jockey's really hot right now. Has won 5 out of 18 starts with 3 seconds and a third, and he has halfway decent workouts.
Yeah, right. So how are you going to rank them, Terry?
Okay, I like it. Number 3, Tiz Showbiz, with number 4, Coach Adams, number 6, Ike, and then number 8, Heirloom Kitten.
3, 4, 6, 8. Terry, I'm going to go. I have the same numbers, Terry, and I'm almost going to put them in the same order. I had the 3 on top. I'm going to switch the 6 to the top because I feel like he's the one that's going to be the one to beat. So I'm going to go 6, 3, 4, and 8. So we got the same numbers. We'll find out how they line up when they hit the tape, Terry, which post time is about 1 minute from now. Today you have a best bet, Terry, at Horse Racing Radar. I don't know if I had a chance to clean that up a little bit, but tell us about your best bet today? Where's that at?
Oh, it's I got to get to there. It's at Los Alamitos.
Oh, Los Alamitos. Okay.
Yeah, Los Alamitos. So let's see.
Who did you? I haven't had a chance to clean it up, so you're gonna have to check
okay.
your notes.
Okay. Well, it's I'm sorry. It's at Oaklawn Park. Tomorrow's is Los Alamitos. Today, Oaklawn Park it's a 7th race. Number 6, Spa City, who's having a good year, finishing in the money 75% of the time, winning 38% of the races, and his best dirt speed is the fastest among today's starters. Then I like number 7, Cash Logistics, has won 4 of his last 6 races, including the last 2 races. He switches to a high percentage jockey, Laurent Gros, and has a good workout at 21st of March. That's a long time ago.
It was a little while ago.
Yeah, it was. But it was a good workout anyway. Anyway, and number 3, Stone.
Who's going to carry it forward, Terry?
Yeah.
Right? Those workouts
right.
like wine, they get better with time.
Yeah. Anyway, Soman comes in from Churchill Downs, where he ran his second and earned the highest last speed rating. And he's trained by Steve Asmussen, whose entries are winning at a 33% clip at this meeting. So,
how did you do at the track yesterday? Did you play at the track yesterday or not?
I did, and my horses ran 2nd and 3rd. So yeah.
So you're due.
I am. Let's see. I can tell you exactly how I did. If I get here, right here.
And today is also okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Terry. Go ahead. I'm going to give you a second there, but go ahead.
Take Charge Row yesterday at Gulfstream, the 8th race, ran 2nd, and it was actually morning line was the favorite. And then Jezebel Kitten ran. Take Charge Row ran 3rd, and Jezebel Kitten ran 2nd. And Jezebel Kitten paid $460 to place and $260 to show.
All right. So now they're heading into the gate at Oaklawn for race number 1. Let's see how this race goes. And then Terry and I will be back to do our analysis for race number 2. We'll take a little break. We come back usually around 10, 12, 15 minutes, somewhere around there before post. Just listen for the music to start. And when the music starts, Terry and I will be right behind. So, and they're off, Terry. It looks like the 6 horse, as I expected, got a good break. The 8 horse is right behind as they head into they crossed the finish line for the first time. And now they're heading into the first turn, Terry, with the 6 kind of trying to go on the rail. The 1 is sneaking up on the inside, it looks like to me. And then Ike is too wide with the 8. The 1 horse probably messing up the 6's plans by sneaking up on the inside there, Terry.
Okay.
The 6 has got about a half a length lead on the 1 horse as they come into the backside. Opening quarter in 23 and 8, 23 and 7/6, but it's 23 and 76, so not that fast.
Okay.
Right now, the 8 horse is making its move along with the 4. 3 horse looks to me like it's towards the back of the pack. Hard to tell. No, it's the first one in the second tier. You got horses have broken up basically in 2 groups. And here they come into the turn. They ran the opening half in 47 and 7, so they picked up the second. They picked up the second half of the race a little bit. 6 has still got a pretty good hold on his horse. He's asking a little bit from the 8. He's asking for the 3, but the 1 is going to be really stubborn. It looks like, Terry. That's not a horse that either one of us had. The 6 just blew the turn, and it's going to be up to one of these other horses to get by this 1, but I don't know that's going to happen.
Yeah, the 1 looks pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
The 3's on the outside coming.
Yeah, but he's kind of banging around with the
4
horse. So it's going to go 1, 8, 4, and 3. Should have missed the first race.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one was over at Guaranteed Tip Sheet, our fifth pick. So unfortunately, didn't have it as my first pick, Terry.
All right.
So that's the first race, Terry. It's going to go. What was the number there? Like 1, 8,
Eight,
and
4, 3.
1843.
Yep.
Terry and I will be back about, like I said, about 10, 15 minutes to post for race number 2. If there's any questions you have, any comments, anything you want us to cover on any particular race, let us know. As I was going to say before, Terry, we got together with John Dooley, the track announcer for Fairgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And today they're having a lot of races at the Fairgrounds for the Louisiana Championship Days.
Yeah.
So if you go over to horseracingtoday.net, you will see our picks for races 10, 11, and 12. You'll also see a video there when we had John Dooley as our guest on the Players Edge podcast. It was a good show, and he actually gave us some inside information on one of the races, so you want to make sure you go check that out.
Sounds good to me.
All right, Terry, we'll see everybody about 10 minutes to post for race number 2. See you then.
Okay, see you.
You know, Terry, that there's a bunch of scratches in this race, and unfortunately,
Yeah.
one of them was number 2, one for Richie, which I was going to bet the heck out of that horse. With one
Yeah,
for Richie as a name, you can't run away from that one, can you?
no, you can't. So they've made this race not very competitive by doing all the scratches, but actually, this is the kind of race that I like to see if I'm playing pick fours or pick fives because I'll all this race hoping that the hard favorite doesn't win.
Yeah, there's really not a long shot though, but the hard favorite here is the 3 horse. But Terry, whenever there's only 4 horses in the field, you know what we have to have, right?
Uh, yeah, ice cold superfecta.
Ice cold superfecta challenge between Terry and I. Well, let's talk about this race a little bit, Terry. It's 6 furlongs on the main track. And the last meet, they had 278 races at the distance, of which 186 speed horses won, Terry, meaning they were first, second, or third. The average winner was third at the quarter-mile marker. The average horse was also second at the half-mile marker. So it's definitely upfront types. The posts played pretty well, pretty fair. And of the 278 horses that ran, Terry, 92 of them got to the lead and never gave it up. So far, there have been 16 races at the distance, Terry. 5 horses have gone wire to wire, and 14 of the 16 were speed horses. The average horse running second at the half-mile marker, and not much different, third, usually around that at the quarter. But that's average. So if one horse was like ninth, it screws up the whole thing. So horses that are up close to the front are the ones that you definitely want to have an eyeball on. And real quick, there's only 4 horses, so they're all going to be within the first 4, right? It's just really not much there. But so looking at the way the early pace shakes out for this race, Terry, according to our pace analysis, number 3, Beverly Park, should be the fastest out of the gates, followed by Hidden Ruler, Sacred Oath, California Swing, and then on the way home, California Swing, Hidden Ruler, Beverly Park, and Sacred Oath. Looking at that, Terry, you see anything there that you disagree with adamantly?
Oh no, that's about the way it looks to me. So,
all right, so let's quickly run down this race of these few horses that are in the field, Terry, and then talk about them. As I mentioned, the 1 and the 2 horse here are scratch. We use Brisnet, so if you're looking for a past performance sheets that you want to look at, or program, whatever you want to call it, I use Brisnet. So does Terry. I like the way it breaks up. There's a lot of data. I also have their data files to help me kind of data mine for things as well. Alex's Strike is out. 1 for Richie, unfortunately, is out. Number 3 is Beverly Park. That's the first one in. So Beverly Park is going to move down to the rail. Ships in from Churchill Downs, Terry. And this is the one that's the heavy favorite right now.
Yeah, and really should be because she's within a neck, or he's within a neck of winning 9 out of 9 this year. Loves to run on top. Most of the races that he does win, he wins pretty easily. He has a highest last speed rating, drops in class today, which is a little bit concerning to me. But anyway, he also has the hot jockey trainer combination. It's won 2 out of 2, and his name Beverly, that's my wife's first name, Beverly.
So Beverly's still around, but Richie got the boot.
Yeah, so this is a lock for me.
Oh, it's a lock? What do you mean a lock? It's going to guarantee you're going to win it?
Yeah.
Well, as you mentioned, Terry, the horse does like to win a lot. It's won more than 50% of its lifetime races, never mind just this year. It's odd because last year it was 0 for 4, and this year it's 8 of 9. So it's kind of a weird. So next year it's probably in 2022, once that calendar flips to an even number, probably not going to show up, right?
It could be happening, yeah.
It was the favorite last time out on slot, missed by a neck as the $1 favorite, so it was even money. So there's a lot of reasons to think this horse, especially with the speed, is going to be one that's a part of the mix. A couple of concerns last time out: mid-pace figures, early pace figures, a little bit lower than they were in the previous race. Both were in slop. Fractions were a little bit slower. So maybe the horse is starting to show some signs of being tired. The number 5 is the next horse in the race, Terry. That's Sacred Oath. Horse looks like it could be way behind the pack, but does have some experience at Oaklawn Park and is getting a weight break.
Yeah, it returns to the dirt, which might hope give some improvement and drops in class. And then it's been chipped in from Canada, been running up Canada Woodbine. The trainer wins 19% of the time when they ship them in. And, as you said, he's already been at Oaklawn Park before, so he's familiar with that. He likes the distance okay. So,
Yeah, it's got the top pedigree, Terry, for the distance and surface, which is one thing I like. The horse, if you look at it, it looks to me like it's really more of an all-weather or turf horse, Terry. All of its runs that are at least any what good in the last 10 have been on the turf or all-weather. When you
mhm.
look at the horse on the dirt, the last four times it hit the dirt, it didn't really run very well. So tough to say what this horse is going to do. Workouts since returning to Oaklawn Park have the only one that it did, 24th to 41, middle of the pack. I can tell you one thing though, I do think it'll finish in the top four.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, one thing I'll get right today for sure.
Yeah.
So California Swing is coming in from Delaware. Has some history at Oaklawn Park, finishing in the money 3 of 5 races at the Hot Springs, Arkansas track. Terry, it's not the. I don't think it's the longest shot on the board. I think it was the longest shot morning line odds, but I do think that the 5 horses carrying higher odds right now.
Yeah, I think you're right about
No, they're
that.
both tied at 7-1. So,
Oh,
what do
okay.
you think about the 5's chance?
Well,
I
it
mean, the
has
six.
raced
Six. I'm sorry.
six. Yeah, he hasn't raced in 49 days. Yeah, he does have some experience at Oaklawn Park, but I think with there's not a lot of speed in this race as far as coming out of the gate. The only two I think, of course, is the favorite and 7, and so I don't know if there's enough to give this horse a chance to close.
Mhm.
He does have halfway decent workouts. That's about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, it has run against Hidden Ruler, finished third, not too far behind Hidden Ruler, the 7 horse. I do think between the 5 and the 6, the 5 does have some better late pace numbers. So probably you're going to see the 3 and 7 go out in tandem, and then the 5 and the 6 go out behind them, and then the 3 and the 7 will race for first and second, and the 5 and the 6 will race for third and fourth. 7 horse, as you mentioned, Terry, is the other horse that's shown some speed, not quite as fast as the 3 horse out of the gate coming from Prairie Meadows, does have some experience at Oaklawn Park. Nice workouts at Oaklawn since coming there. So maybe the 7 could upset the 3.
It could be best start speed is fastest among today's starters. As you said, it has a sharp workout. It has the highest speed figure at today's distance and dropping in class. And it, like you said, it's 7 out of 13 in the money at Oaklawn Park, and it likes the distance. It's been 12 out of the 18 races at this distance, winning 3 of those.
All right, Terry. So now is the moment of truth for the 4 horse field, Terry. We must by it's a demand, Terry. It's an absolute. It's a commandment. We must do the ice cold superfecta.
Okay,
How are you ice colding yours, Terry?
I'm gonna go 3 with Beverly Park, and then 7 with Hidden Ruler, 6 with California Swing, and 5 with Sacred Oak.
And I'm going to go with the 7 horse, Terry. I think the 7 horse with those workouts. The thing is, we've been watching a lot of these races where we have some of these short price horses like this, Terry,
Yeah,
and something always seems to happen.
yeah,
And that short price horse just does not live up to that short price, right?
that's correct.
So I'm going to take the 7 to beat the 3, Terry. So I'm going to go
Okay.
7, 3, 6, and 5. That is my ice cold superfecta. And I did get I did clean up the post there. So Terry mentioned today at Oaklawn Park, he does have a best bet. So you can go over to horseracingtoday.net and you can get Terry's best bet today, every day. Every day, Monday through Sunday. Terry puts his best bet up on there. Monday through Thursday, Terry and I are live at 1 p.m. Eastern, where we do a show. We talk about news. We do a pick 4 for that day. We do what we call a box it up, 4 horses, where you box it up for $1 for an exact 50 cents for a trifecta, $1, 10 cents for a superfecta, and we box it up. So, and then we talk a little bit about some other things going on. So we have 2 minutes to race number 2 here at Oaklawn, Terry. Any other tracks that you're following today?
Yeah, I've been watching Gulfstream, and actually, it's pretty interesting because the first race was the maiden race, and if I was playing, I didn't play it, but if I was playing it, I would have went all in that race, and a horse that won it paid $98. Since then, since then the horses have paid anywhere from I don't know $6 to $8, and the pick fives are going to pay way high.
Going to be a lot of money for somebody, huh?
Yeah, and then I'm going to be interested in both the California tracks today because tomorrow is the end of their meet until after Christmas. So
for which one? For both of them? For Golden
For
Gate or
both.
all California tracks?
And Golden Gate and Los Alamitos. So
I
there'll
see.
be no racing here for 2 weeks in this state.
Not even the quarter horses?
I think I think Los Alamitos also quits for a couple of weeks. The
Does it?
quarter horses. I'm not sure about that, but I think they do too. So
That's interesting.
it is.
There's a lot of stakes races today. That's one of the things I have my eyes on as well. I did. If you haven't seen it yet, you can head over to Triple Clowns on YouTube. I sat down with AJ and Randy, and we went over the Lake Pick 4 here at Oaklawn Park. And when we get to the Lake Pick 4, I'll refer to that ticket. So Terry, I'm going to give you an advanced warning.
Okay.
Make sure you have your Lake Pick 4 ready.
I will.
And we'll talk about that. And maybe we could toss in a couple horses before that. Do they have for a pick 6 here at Oaklawn?
I believe
Starting
they
race
do.
what? We're starting race 5, I would think.
Yeah.
I'll let you put together a pick 6. I'm not a big pick 6 guy, Terry.
Okay.
Not my favorite thing. Hitting four races in a row is difficult enough.
It is, yeah.
Never mind trying to hit 6 in a row. All right,
It's
they're
tough.
loading them up at Oaklawn, and not only are they loading them up, they're out of the gates. And just like we figured, the 3 and the 7 are up in the front, and the 6 and the 5 are in a group behind them. They open up. You know what? Another thing that's interesting to me too is when they go out, you got a 4-horse field, and they go out in 21 and 86, a little bit of faster fractions than they need, right?
Yeah.
And it looks to me like he's got a good hold on the 3-horse. He's starting to create some separation from the 7, Terry. So it's looking to me like it's going to go 3, 7, 6, and 5, although I would not be at all surprised to see the 6 run by the 7 at this point, looking at it.
Oh, wow.
But the 5 is coming back. And how is the 5 going to be able to get to the 5's going to get to the 7. 3 made easy work of it. So it's going to go 3. I don't know. Is this 5 going to catch the 3 at the wire? Ooh, it's going to be close. 3, 5, 7, 6, Terry.
Well, pretty close, but both of us were knocked out of that pick superfecta.
Oh, yes, that ice cold superfecta. There's always something in these short horse fields, Terry.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody really to pressure the 3, some other horse outside of the 7. I was hoping the 7 with those workouts would do a little better than it did, trying to just beat the favorite. But, the truth is with these 4-horse fields, Terry, I almost never even bet.
Yeah. The only way I bet is I would have taken 3 in an exacta for with one other horse, and I would not have won because I would have went an ice cold exacta 3-7.
But typically, how I'll use a 4-horse field if I'm betting like a vertical, so like like a double or a pick 3 or something like that, or a pick 4.
Yeah.
What I would normally do is I'll either single that horse, or I will play all the other horses except that one in a pick 4 or a double or a pick 3. So I'll make up my mind if it's that much better than the rest. And like I said, so many times, Terry, we've seen these horses with these long, short odds like that just not even fire. So it goes 3, 5, 7, and 6. Terry and I will be back about 10 minutes from now to talk about race number 3. It's another 6-furlong race, Terry. So we already kind of have a sense of what the pace should look like. Talk about what horses we like. We'll break down the bias. We'll break down pace projections. We'll analyze every single horse, angles we think it has to win, and then we'll make our selections once again.
Sounds good.
See you about 10 minutes to post, Terry.
All right. See you then.
Hey, Terry, we're in race number 3. Another
Yes, we are.
6 furlong race. This one is a claiming 20,000 non-winners to lifetime. We have one scratch in this horse in this race. Then El Numero 9, Nueve. He's out of this race. And again, let's take a look at let's consider what the pace or what the bias at Oaklawn Park has been or was at the distance. So you have 278 races for last year's meet at 6 furlongs on the dirt. 186 of them won by speed horses, 92 that went wire to wire. And so far at the meet, Terry, you've had, let's see exactly how many races. We've had 16 races, Terry. 5 of the 16 went wire to wire, and 14 of the 16 were won by speed horses. The last race was another one, so you've now have 15 to 17 horses going wire to wire. So speed continues to be the way at 6 furlongs at Oaklawn Park. So let's take a look at how race number 3 might break out in terms of pace. Early on, we have Kosher Cowboy, Terry, who has a little bit better pace advantage over number 7, Stacks Way, who's a little bit faster than 3 and 6. So there should be separation between those front 4. On the way home, the 6-horse Latin Casino has the best late pace in the field, Terry. So I would expect that you'll see Latino Casino making a big run late, and you see he's middle of the road. So Latino Casino probably will be a part of the race in terms of the call from beginning to end for race number 3. I think Vic Stauffer, he's the announcer, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think he is too as well. So let's run down the field, Terry. And then I got something a new thing I'm going to break out at the end. So let's see how this works. So race number 3, Kosher Cowboy, Terry, on the rail. Going to have a little bit of early pace. What do you say about number 3 taking that pace from wire to wire?
Well, he's really had a hard time doing that in the past. He's tried it different for 5.5, 6 furlongs, 5, and he's ran either third or second in the last 3 races. But he does have a good trainer who wins 17% of the time on dirt starts, and he has a pretty good record of workouts in the last 3 or 4 workouts.
Yeah, the horse does look like it tends to fade a little bit, Terry. Does have, as I mentioned early on, some early giddy up and go. You got a new trainer who's won 1 out of 7 with new horses, so we'll see if that plays out to play any factor in this horse. But it does have the fastest early fractions that any horse in their last 10 races have been able to produce. So if you can do that, then maybe James DeVito can make it 2 wins in 8 tries with a new horse. Number 2, Fallen Empire, Terry, has the top pedigree in the field for the distance and service. So he's tied with a couple of others. And if you look at this horse, Terry, was a favorite last time out. Got claimed. What do you think its odds are of living up to favorite status from the last race in this race?
Well, he's coming in from Indiana Grand. He has never ran at Oaklawn Park. He does have David Cabrera in the irons, which is a plus. And he was favorite last time out. Any time that the trainer brings this trainer brings the beaten favorite back, he wins 31% of those races. So,
so maybe he can be a part of the early pace. Looks like last time out he did try to change up his style a little bit, but a lot of times you'll see horses that kind of close in 6 furlong races or sprints, as they're called, when they head to the track for the first time for a route, they tend to be front runners. But then when they flip back to going to a sprint, they go back to the middle or back of the pack again. Special Price, Terry, has not had a especially good time at Oaklawn Park. He's coming in from Hawthorne and Arlington Park, where he's run on all-weather track. Going to try dirt again. Last time on dirt at Hawthorne, he did pretty good.
Yeah, he did. He ran first, won that race, and then he also has an early speed running style, which is going to help his chances. Mm-hmm. He's won a race out of 6 this year, and his workouts are about mediocre.
Yeah, just looking at that last race, Terry was his maiden win finally in 17 races. So it took him 17 to win one. It's unlikely, in my opinion, it goes back to back. I'm not a big fan of horses coming out in maiden races, although this is not a big jump in class for that horse, that's for sure. But if you're coming out of the maiden stakes, I mean, maiden levels, I want to see you have at least competitive speed figures. And it doesn't look like this speed figure was okay competitive, but I still would like to see it be a little bit stronger. Number 4 is Opus Equus. And that horse is one that also tied for the top pedigree, Terry. One of a handful, or one of a trio that's actually moving down a little bit in purse money. Last time it ran out for 37,000. This time it's running for 27,000, Terry. Was claimed, and now Carl DeVille is going to take a crack at it with Florent Garou.
Yeah, he ran at Churchill Downs last time out at a mile and led all the way, won by a head. He switches now to Florent Garou, which is a good jockey, winning 19% of the time at this meet. And he has some pretty decent workout the time before this last time. He had a bullet work at 1 minute 3 breezing. So yeah, I think he has a pretty good chance. He's been in the money 4 out of the last 4 races. So
yeah, 5 out of 7 lifetime. Number 5 is The Feature, Terry. This one is taking one of the bigger drops in terms of purse money. Last time out, it ran for $54,900. This time, again, running for $2,700. Getting blinkers for the first time, Terry. Not the biggest winner for Ryan Williamson. Don't see much in the workouts, although that last one on November 19th was pretty solid, but then ran a stinker on the track. So maybe a pass here.
Yeah, he probably is. He's actually dropping in class, and he does have a jockey who's been doing really well in the last 7 days, winning 5 out of 18. But other than that, I don't see a lot of positive.
Yeah, I mean, Francisco Arrieta has been hot so far at Oaklawn Park, so maybe they can carry that through to a horse that has to really bump up its game, I feel like, to be a part. As I mentioned, Latin Casino should be a horse that's got some of the best late pace numbers in the field, Terry. Seems like it does like to run on dirt a little bit more than it runs like to run on turf when it tried that over at Monmouth Park. Latin Casino is one of 3 horses, as I mentioned, that does tie for the top speed figure. Top pedigree numbers at this distance, Terry, and had one of the best speed figures of any horse in this field last time out.
Yeah, as you said, his best dirt speed is fastest among today's starters. And he drops quite a bit in class, and he did improve from the turf to the dirt. He seems to do a little bit better on the dirt. So yeah, he has a pretty good chance, I think.
Number 7 is Shack's Way, Terry. Broke its maiden last time out, got claimed. That was at Oaklawn Park, but that was way back in January. Since then, a couple of really smoking hot workouts, and it's the second favorite behind the 6 right now with David Cohen and Robertino Diodoro. As I've mentioned many times, when Robertino claims a horse, he looks for a specific race. He's a strong trainer off the claim, Terry.
He is, and this horse likes to run on top. It won that race that you referred to pretty easily. Of course, like you said, it's a year ago, but I do like the workouts that he's done in the last couple of workouts.
Finally, the second longest shot on the board, because the 9 is scratched, and the last horse is Major Chance. Does Major Chance have any chance?
Well, I don't see much here as far as anything positive. He's eligible to improve off the third start off of the layoff. He does drop in class today, but so are several other horses. So,
yeah, I think he doesn't really have much of a shot. So I mentioned I wanted to break out something new. Terry, you're familiar with stock charts, right?
Yes.
So what I did was I took all the horses and I put them together in their speed figures. I've created my own speed figure math, if you will. Mm-hmm. And then I did what you would have as a candlestick chart to kind of give you an idea of what the horses look like in terms of their speed. So the red one is their average, according to the way I calculate it, right? Yep. And then the very top of the bar is the max, and the very bottom of the bar is the minimum. So this gives you an idea of how these horses have run in their last 8, 9, 10 races.
All right. It's pretty nice.
What do you think about that?
I like it a lot. Yeah. It's pretty
Does it
good.
help you visualize the race?
It sure does. Yeah.
So looking at this, who would you pick based upon this? What would be your order if you were going to pick your horses based upon this chart?
As far as who's going to finish first and 2nd and all that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the 6 would win it.
Uh-huh.
And then of course the 9 scratched. So then probably the 2 and then the 5. And then it'd be between the 1 and the 4.
So let's just go 6, 2, 5, and 1 just to see how that plays out. But I'm going to rank them for real, Terry. 7, 6, 1, and 4. How are you going to rank them?
Okay, I have 4, 7, 6, 1.
4, 7, 6, 1 for Terry. 7, 6, 1, and 4 for Rich. Yeah, this is something I've been working on for a couple of other things too. It just kind of, I'm used to stock charts, so it kind of helps me from an illustrative standpoint. Sometimes, pictures tell 1,000 words, right? As they say.
Yep, that's true.
So if I feel like that's an interesting tool. If you're watching and you like it, if you think it's something that's helpful, let us know. We'll try to do it for more races, maybe all races, right? I can do it. I don't know if I could do it for all races. That would be a pain, but I could probably do it for all races at a particular track on a particular day and get those up over at horseracingtoday.net. If it's something you want to see, hit me up in the comment section. Let us know on Facebook or Twitter at Horse Race Today. That's the handle at both places. And of course, you can subscribe while you're right here on YouTube or Facebook as well.
Okay. It turns out there is no pick 6 at Oaklawn.
Okay, that's good.
Pick 5. There is pick 5, and I'll give you the pick 5 next race.
Well, we'll do it when it starts.
Okay. And then also at Los Alamitos, they do race this weekend and the following weekend, but then they're off Christmas weekend.
Yes. Well, we all should be off. Maybe you and I will be off. We'll think about what track we're going to do next weekend. I know for our Players Edge podcast on Thursday night, which might be the last Players Edge podcast of the year, Terry.
Yes.
We're going to have on a guest we've had before, a great guest. The last time he was on, I think I hit what did I hit? Like a $5,000 trifecta or something like that with Peter Aiello from Gulfstream Park.
Yeah.
So let's see if Pete can bring us some good luck, because there's some big races next Saturday at Gulfstream Park. So Pete will be joining us Thursday night at 9:30 on the Players Edge podcast. Again, if you subscribe to Twitter or Facebook, Sean will let you know about when we're about to start. Pete's always a lot of fun, so I look forward to that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be great. I liked when he was on the show, so it'll work out really well.
Yeah, poor guy has a bad taste in football teams, if I remember correctly, though. I don't remember who he backed. I just remember making fun of him. I think it was like the Detroit Lions or something. I'm like, how can you be a fan of the Lions? But I could be wrong. I'll have to look it up. I think it was the Falcons, but they're just almost as bad. They sure as hell aren't 49ers, Terry. That's for sure.
No, they're not. So not at all.
All right. So let's see. They're about to go into the post here. Yes, they're in the gates. Most of the horses. I think they're just waiting on the looks like they're waiting on the 4 and the 8. And then they'll be good to go in Hot Springs, Arkansas. But it does not look like it's all that warm down there today, Terry.
No, I think it's a little cold.
Yeah, everybody's kind of got a windbreaker on. So they're out of the gate. They pretty much go wide. The one horse, as we suspected, would get to the lead, and he's gotten a bigger lead than I thought he might get, the Kosher Cowboy. Followed by about a length behind is the 7 horse, Shack's Way, with the 2 horse right in between there. 7 is making a move up to close in that distance on the 1 horse. 6 horse now has passed the 2, so you got the 7. 7's gaining ground on the 1. Looks like he's got some good strides going there. He really hasn't asked the 1 to run. It's about a length difference between the Kosher Cowboy and Shack's Way, along with the favorite horse, the 6 horse Latin Casino. But as we mentioned, Latin Casino should have some pretty good kick. The 5 horse now, this feature is getting involved. They come in, they kind of went out a little bit, kind of blew the turn a little bit with the 1 there. So it opened up the gate for the 5 horse, but the 1 horse is hanging on strong. Terry's going to make it kind of difficult for these guys to get through here, it looks like. But the 7's got a nose up against them. The 3 horse is making a crazy move, Terry. It looks like the 3. Here comes the 4, Terry.
Come on,
It's going to
4.
go 4, 3, 7, 6.
All right, my horse wins.
They're screwing everything up, though, Terry. Because none of us had the 3.
No, that's
At
true.
59-1.
That's
And let me
true.
tell you something, Terry. That 3 horse, if he doesn't have to make that like 45-degree turn to the left to make that move through that hole, he probably wins.
Yep.
Because it looks like he wanted to go in between the 7 and 6 at first, but then the 6 closed that hole down on him. Yeah. And then he had to cut in between the 1 and the 7, the 1 and the 5 on the rail. And that probably lost them, I would say, at least a quarter of a length.
Wow.
And he probably lost by about a head.
Well, that's horse racing for you.
Yeah, those long shots, man. You got to be careful, right?
Yeah, you do, yeah. That's what makes people want to play all the time.
Makes them also want to pull out their hair all the time too, right?
That's true too.
You're sitting on 4 horses that look like with a few strides to go. You're sitting on a superfecta, trifecta box, and out of the blue comes the blue 3, and just whips your rear end. So let's see how the 3 looked on our chart, Jerry. Where was the 3 on our chart? Yeah, well, he wasn't that bad.
No, he was
about the
close.
5th choice.
Yeah.
And you notice the 1 horse stayed up there pretty good. The 2 horse didn't show. 7 horses average a little bit down there. So I don't know.
Of course, my horse that won that race, what did it go off? 10-1?
The 4 horse went off at 10-1. Yep, Opus Equus.
That was my first pick, so that's pretty good.
Yep, but we always got to try to line one up behind it, Terry.
No, that's true. Well, at those high odds, I would have went my horse all
for a trifecta.
Oh, sure, why not? At 10-1.
Yeah,
you said trifecta.
Yeah, you might think about that in a 7 horse field. That would be what, 50 cents. So 7 times 5 would be 56. So it would have been $23 and $23 to do that.
Yeah. That and that's a bet I would make.
And that would be one that would hit for a nice price there. All right, Terry. Well, we'll be back for race number 4, which is a maiden special weight, another 6 furlong around the track. Let's see if maybe we can find a price horse in this next race.
Okay. Sounds good.
See you about 12 minutes to post for race number 4.
Okay. See you then.
He is back by himself. And there's Rich. We have a 6 furlong race there. He made an $84,000 special weight. Another 6 furlong theory where you have speed being the way to go. And as always, we put together our pace projections. A couple of these horses here really don't have much pace projections to go with. The 6 and the 7, Victory March and Late Night Radio, are two first-time starters, Terry. So not quite sure what they're going to bring to the table when the gates open for the very first time for those two. Otherwise, those that have run already, Terry, Strat for Stress. Stratofortress? Stratofortress, yes. That horse has gotten some early pace speed advantage. It and the 3 wheels are pretty similar numbers. But then there's a little bit of a gap back to the 9 and the 2, Emperado and Constitutional Law. And then on the way home, Emperado, is that it? Emperador, yeah, and League of Legends. Those two pretty similar late pace figures with Constitutional Law and Stratofortress. Those two have some pretty similar numbers too, along with the 4-horse Amazing Rocket. So you're going to see some similar action from those horses. I think that's how you will see them break, Terry. So let's run down the field real quick. Horse number 1, Terry, let's do this, Terry. Let's go through all the charts first. Here's that speed range chart again, Terry. Again, these horses don't really have a lot of runs to them. For example, the 3-horse only ran once. So he gets 1 red dot, and that's where that red dot goes, Terry.
Yeah.
And the 6 and the 7, unfortunately, they're all the way down here. But if you look at what they've done so far, looks to me like maybe the 2-horse and then maybe the 9-horse should be the ones. 2-horse has a much tighter range than you see with the 9-horse. So it looks like it's the most consistent horse in the field. But let's talk about the horses themselves.
Okay.
The 1-horse, Go West, has not run since about this time last year, Terry.
Well, that's true. So it's been off for quite a long time. But it did run pretty well last year. Mm-hmm. It was improving. Something must have had hurt it when it was hard to load in the gate, but it's been bad. I've been working out. This last workout wasn't all that great, but the one before that was a pretty nice workout. So
yeah, the 2 before that were actually pretty nice. Yeah. The last one, maybe the trainer Brett Calhoun felt like those 2 workouts on the 28th and 21st of November, 1 week to the next, those were strong enough. So he just gave the horse a maintenance workout on December the 5th.
Yep.
Not the big blowout workout there. As far as the horse is concerned, it did increase its speed figure the 3 times it ran, but then it took a year off, so you just don't know what you're going to get. If it runs back to those 2 workouts on the 21st and 28th of November, Go West could go 4th. Number 2 is Constitutional Law, Terry, Francisco Arrieta. This is the horse I mentioned when we picked up the chart there. It looked like the most consistent horse in the bunch. Was the favorite last time out. Faded really badly. 3rd time off a layoff, and making a huge class drop. Would that be enough?
Yeah, it might be. He's actually dropping back to 6 furlongs, which will probably help with the way that he likes to run. He likes to run on top. And then the jockey and the trainer in the last 14 days out of 4 mounts have had 2 wins, so they're doing pretty well.
I just don't like that fade back in there, that back end, Terry, because as we mentioned before, horses that show speed on, at routes don't necessarily show speed at in sprints. Was true. The even money favorite last time, so it's going to take money in just based upon that number there alone. And Francisco's start to the 2021 campaign in Oaklawn. Number 3 is Wheels, the 1-horse that has 1 race, didn't really look like it wanted to load, didn't really get bet. And looks like it was good reason for it. Though some good workouts, Terry, as it gets prepped for this spot.
Yeah, and you never know. Might have just not liked a muddy track. So on a better track, might do better. So.
Well, those workouts have looked pretty good. Last one was the fastest, second fastest to 17. The one before that was the second fastest to 40. The one before that, 6 to 14. So it's been working out pretty good as he's getting prepped for this race. And you're getting David Cohen in the irons. And David's a pretty good rider down there in Oaklawn Park, usually competing for the win crown as the season winds down.
Yep.
Number 4 is Amazing Rocket. This horse put together some of the fastest early fractions last out, making its second start off a layoff, Terry. It does have the top pedigree score in the field for the distance and surface. What do you say?
Yeah, it ran a pretty nice race, the first race back since September. It ran, on top or close to the pace and finished third, only beaten 5 lengths. The trainers won 2 out of the last 6 mounts, and so this horse, he's okay. The workouts have been mediocre, but that's fine.
Yeah, first after a claim for trainer Norman Cash. 14% winner. Not the best, but not the worst angle either. Number 5 is League of Legends, John Court and William Fires. I remember William Fires. The name is familiar to us folks around here in Chicago. Second start off a layoff, Terry, last time out in its debut. And then the following race, the race would have followed up with a huge drop in its performance. Hasn't really been bet that well. Maybe it can get better in its second race off a layoff.
Could be. It came really out really wide in the stretch, and so that hurt its chances pretty much. And I like the workout, but the last workout, but the one before that was also pretty nice. So yeah, I think this horse has a good chance.
Yeah, it ran for $120,000 last time, running for $84,000. So you got a little bit of a drop there. David Cabrera riding the first-time starter for Brett Calhoun. The workouts are okay. If you rewind back to November 9th, had a really sharp workout, a bullet workout. Brett hits at about 13%, debuting at maiden special weight. So not really the best number in 250 tries.
No, that's true. But the sire wins with the first-time starters 18% of the time, and the dam has a winner from one starter and a stakes winner. So the breeding suits today's distance.
One thing I do like is David and Brett have won 5 out of 13 races together. So it's not really a combo that rides a lot, at least in the last 60 days. Ron Moquette bringing out late night radio for the first time with Ricardo Santana Jr. Some decent workouts in this one, Terry.
Yeah, really, really nice workouts. Last one on December 5th, 48 flat handling from the gate. And I like when they do from the gate. It shows me that the horse at least is familiar with the gate and can break okay. The dam has 3 winners from 4 starters, and 2 of those were stakes winners.
Here's a name that used to be a big out on the West Coast, but he got kind of knocked out of those California tracks. Jerry Hollendorfer.
Yep.
Teaming up with Giovanni Franco for Strata Fortress. And this horse is coming in from Monmouth, where the horse did run pretty well last time. We did like the fact that, Monmouth horses could not be encouraged. So now you can get some encouragement again. Returns to dirt, where it didn't run so well in its only dirt try. But those workouts getting prepped for this spot, Terry, say it might do better this time.
Yeah, I do like the trainer Jerry Hollendorfer. I don't understand what happened in California, but there might have been good reason for being kind of blackballed here. But he's always done pretty well with his horses, so I think that's a plus. Like you said, he comes in from Monmouth, and he ran a good fourth last time, although it was on the turf. Now he's going to the dirt. He's had some pretty darn good workouts, so this horse is a horse to be concerned about.
Well, this looks like it's a wide open race, Terry, because number 9, Emperador, we'll go with Emperador, is the favorite right now on the board, tied with the 2 horse at 7-2 odds. The horse last time ran at Churchill Downs for a prize pool of $120,000 again. So one of the horses in this group that's taking a little bit of a cut in terms of purse money. It does. It is running the first time after, having that operation, being gelded the first time. So, first time gelded, Terry, and a horse that's finishing the money 50% of the time. So maybe this horse that ties for the top pedigree score can get the job done here.
Yeah, that's true. He's got the highest last race speed rating, and like you said, he drops in class. And his speed ratings have been, in the 80s, which is pretty good. He has a prime power number of 122, which is second best in the race.
All right, Terry. So where do you see the 9 finishing?
Okay, I like in this race. I like the 9 second.
Mm-hmm.
I like the 5 first, the 9 second, the 1 third, and the 2 fourth.
Terry is going to go 5, 9, 1, and 2. I'm going to go. His fourth horse is my first horse. I'm going 2, 9, 5, and 8. I think we're due, Terry, to hit one here. So the where we get more than just a winner, right?
That's right.
So
That's
the
right.
2 horse is 7-2. The 9 horse is 7-2. Those are your co-favorites. The 5 horse is 5-1. The 8 horse right now, Terry, is 9-1 on your side. The 5 horse is 5-1. The 9 is 7-2. The 1 horse is 13-1. So some really good odds in this race, Terry. And that's the way it really breaks a lot of times at these maiden races. The 1 horse that scares me is one of the first time starters. The 6 horse is getting the most play. It's the second favorite right now. So I almost feel like maybe we should put him in there.
Yeah, maybe we should. I think you might be right about that. These are hard races to really handicap. I mean, it's a wide open race as far as I'm concerned.
Well, typically what I like to do is I like to put, as we've talked about many times, Terry, I like to put the horses in buckets with the first time starters in these maiden races versus horses that have some experience.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time starters go in one bucket, the experienced horses go in another bucket, Terry, and I decide which one is likely to produce the winner. Looking at the morning line odds on the 6 and the 7, neither one of them really looked like they were taking a whole lot of action. The 6 and the 7 were not cheap horses, though. 210,000 on the 6, 220 on the 7 horse. But there's a lot of horses in this field that cost some money too. So 4 horse, let's see, hold on. Yeah, the 4 horse. For example, is a $500,000 horse. The 8 horse is a $250,000 horse. So they spend some money. Funny, 4 is the longest shot on the board too, but the biggest ticket cost. So money not so well spent, maybe, huh?
That's true. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
So they're about to head into the gates here. I don't see really any horse working away from its lead pony. Late money is starting to come in on the 9 and the 2. The 9 is a slight favorite over the, let's see, the 9 right now, according to the pool, is, probably about $1,000 more right now on the 9 horse. So it is probably going to hold as the favorite unless there's a mad rush from the rebate houses into the 9 horse. Or maybe they'll see the value on the 2, in which case one of those 2 horses' odds will probably drop as soon as the gate opens. Your favorite thing, Terry.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably dropped like 1-2 or something.
Yeah, that's what happens. I hate that. So
yeah, that's just those rebate houses. Their computer programs, they wait to the very last second to go ahead and otherwise they tip their hand, right? And everybody would follow along with them, make their odds even worse. Yeah, so right now the 9 looks like it's taking a little bit more money. It's down to 5-2. It is like I said, about $1,000 more coming in on the 9 so far than on the 2 horse. Followed by looks like the 6 horse is taking in the 6 horse is taking in some money late too. It's the 3rd favorite according to the odds. So of the first time starters, looks like they prefer the 6 over the 7. I wish the workouts just weren't strong enough on the 6 or the 7 for me to really want to back one. Honestly, I personally, looking at the workouts, Terry, between the 2, I prefer the 7 because he was at least working out at Oaklawn Park, and he worked out well there. But we'll find out in a second, right?
We sure will.
We're about 1 minute and 11 seconds once those gate opens.
Yeah.
And they're all loaded. They're ready to go, waiting for the starter to press the button. It looks like one of the inside, maybe the 2 or the 3 is acting up a little bit. Now the gates, they come. And the 1 horse, Terry, gets off to the lead. And they're about 4 wide across the front there. So everybody, a lot of pace here going on early on, Terry. I don't know if they're running fast, but you have the 1, the 4, the 5, the 8, and the 9, it looks like, across the top of the screen there. Yeah, 1, 4, 5, 8, 9. So they're 5 wide going into the first turn, which probably doesn't bode well for the for some of those outside horses.
Yep.
So now the 4 horse is beginning to fall off, so he's not going to be in the mix, I don't think. The 2 horse, he had to kind of circle behind that horse and head down to the rail to save some ground. The Lone Gray sticks out like a sore thumb, and they head into the top of the turn here, Terry. The 9 horse puts its nose in front of the 8 horse, and down the lane they come. But the 1 horse is hanging in there tough, Terry. What is with this 1 horse on the rail, huh?
I don't know. They're
He
doing
kind of
pretty
came
well.
back a little bit. So it's going to be the 1 or the 9, Terry. He's not going to be able to corral this 9 by this one, I don't think.
Yeah.
Hey, just a little bit of a late kick right there as they come to the wire. It's going to go 9, 1, 8, and 2, I think. So you had the 9 and the 1. I just didn't have the 1. I had the 9 and the 8. So we needed to put the 1 in there somewhere for us to both have it. Yeah, neither one of those first-time starters fired, which is why I like to put these horses into buckets, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you put them into buckets, and a lot of times it does play out that way. Either the first-time starters do well, or the experienced horses do it. So, 9 horse takes the tape at 5-2, followed by the 1 horse at 11-1. Go West, and then that horse is coming off that long layoff. So probably I would circle that Go West for the next race, Terry.
Yep.
Because in all likelihood, after a year off the bench, coming back to run a strong race like that, Go West will probably be a horse in its second start off a layoff that improves some more.
Yeah, I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
That's a horse I put in my horses to watch.
Yeah, I absolutely would, because you're going to forget about it between here and the next time it runs if you don't put him in your horses to watch, right?
Yep.
The next race coming up, Terry, is race number 5.
Mm-hmm.
Race 5 is let's see. Race 5 is going to be... This one is, again, it's a 6 furlong Saturday, Terry. This one's 6 furlongs too, except instead of being an allowance race, instead of being a maiden claimant race, instead of being a lower end race, this one is allowance 40,000 with a purse of 50,000. So we're going to start to get into the better half of the card right now.
I think so, yeah.
So we have race 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So next race, in race 6, Terry will put together his pick 5. I'll give you my pick 5 too, Terry. So we'll both put our pick 5s out there in race 6. So something to look forward to. Terry and I will be back about 12 minutes to post for race number 5. We'll see you then.
See ya.
There's no 1 horse. Terry stepped away for just a minute here, so we'll be getting Terry back into the scene just momentarily, but we'll get prepped for race number 5. Again, we have another 6-furlong race at Oaklawn Park. This one is an allowance race for $40,000, as we mentioned many times. Speed, 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 and more speed is the way to win at Oaklawn for race number 5 at 6 furlongs. Just a quick recap, 278 races in the last meet, 186 of which were won by speed horses. 92 went wire to wire. And so far, I think we've seen speed horses win the first few races that were 6 furlongs so far today at the Oaklawn meet. So that's kind of what we want to see. Terry will be back with us here in a second. Looks like he's about ready to join us, I think. So let me bring Terry in, make sure he's ready to go. Terry, you all right? You ready to go?
Yep, I'm going.
All right. Go. So race number 5, as we mentioned, is speed. Let's take a look at the early pace and how it might set up, Terry.
Okay.
Coming out of the gate, Johnny Might Be Unleashed, followed by Much Better. And then Laramite or Laratine would be coming in probably third. And just looking at the numbers, the 7 and the 2, Johnny Unleashed and Much Better, they do have much better early pace numbers than the 5 and the 6. So those two should be competing for the lead out of the gate. On the way home, the 4 and the 6, substantial and long-term thinking, Terry. Those two, much like the 7 and 2, Johnny Unleashed and Much Better, have a much better late pace numbers than what we've seen with any other horse in the field. So I would expect to see those two, if they're close, make a nice move at the end. As far as speed figures are concerned, here's my speed chart. The one horse is scratched. Just looking at those red dots, Terry, it looks to me like this is a pretty even race.
It does, yeah, absolutely.
The only horse that is not in that upper band is the 8 horse.
Yeah, and he's actually 17-1 on the morning line. I mean, right now.
Yeah, he's definitely not taking any play. They must have been hacked into my computer to see my chart. So
I think so.
It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It looks like it's between those 6 horses in a 7-horse field. What do you think?
I think that's a good analogy.
So the one horse, as I mentioned, Full Authority, is not in this race. It's too bad. He's got some nice workouts, but maybe he's going to find a better spot. Number 2, a Much Better, Terry, is getting a lot of action from the bettors right now. 2-1. Looks like he's a co-favorite with the 6. David Cabrera and Stephen Asmussen, 2 very good names. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, those 2 have won 4 out of the last 12 mounts in the last 14 days. And this horse has the best dirt speed among today's starters. It has the highest speed figure at today's distance. It's dropping in class. So it looks like it's got a pretty good chance in here.
Yeah, it's making its second start off a layoff, Terry. And as I kind of review the last few 2 race cycles, one time it improved and 2 times it stepped back. So maybe tough to tell which way it's going to go. But 2 out of 3, the horse took a turn downwards in round 2 off the bench. Horse number 3 is Shotsky. This is a kind of what you used to do when you're in college, Terry. Shots and more shots, way back in those days. But the horse has been claimed by Carl Broberg, who likes to play the claiming game, and he does it pretty well. He's won 24% of the time on over almost 1,300 horses, Terry. So that's a really large data set. And so that number is a real number.
It is, yeah. And this horse drops in class today also. And he's going back to 6 furlongs, which is where he won his last race.
Uh-huh.
And he's got some average workouts, although there's a couple prior to the last one that were pretty darn good.
And they were at Oaklawn Park too. So
yeah. So anyway, so that's how he looks.
Yeah, I think the horse does look like it's got some good workouts. Carl's pretty good at the claiming game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a good effort out of the 3 horse. The next horse on the board, Terry, is the 4 horse Substantial. Last time ran a pretty good race, finished second, missed by a head. Ran 1 time at Oaklawn Park, 3 times, has a win 1 time, and if it's getting a little bit of a weight break here.
Yeah, ran Charlestown. And ran a good second at 6.5 furlongs, second by a length. Has a sharp workout of was the 3rd best out of 8, 3 furlongs, 35-1. Breezing.
Time.
Yeah, that's a good workout. And the trainer wins 19% of the time when he brings a horse back that's been off for more than 46 days.
Yeah, and he was the favorite in that Charlestown race too, Terry, finishing second. So Chelsea Moisey comes back to hit at about 30%. 27% is the number with the beaten favorites. The next time the two go out on the track. Lamartine, Terry, this horse is the 5-horse making its first start since October 21st. Some average workouts since the last time. Much like most of the horses in this field, running for a smaller purse in this race than it did in its last.
Yeah, actually, it appears to me that this horse probably would be better off on the turf. Although it has some good dirt races prior in earlier this year. He drops in class, as you said, and the trainer wins 18% of the time when he brings a horse to a sprint.
Mm-hmm. Next horse on the block is number 6. This is, I think, it is a long-term thinking at Guaranteed Tip Sheet. It's one of our best bets today at Oaklawn Park. The horse is the horse that grades out with the top pedigree. Like I mentioned, many other horses in this field, Terry, are dropping in class, as is long-term thinking. Making his first start off a claim for trainer Robertino Diodoro, a guest of the Player's Edge podcast, Terry. When Robertino takes a horse, usually he does well that first time following a claim.
Yeah, and he puts blinkers back on this horse, and anytime he's done that, he's won 34% of the time, the trainer. And this horse drops in class. It has the highest last speed rating, and it actually it ran second against harder horses or better class of horses last time out. And blinkers are at it today.
Yeah, but it's done well at Oaklawn too. It's got a three-thirds a win in 4 tries at Oaklawn. And at the distance, it's been in the money 9 of 10 times with 7 seconds in there, Terry. So to me, from a betting strategy, with the Robertino Diodoro claim, the top pedigree, the good track record at the distance, the good track record at Oaklawn Park, I would think about wheeling this horse in exactas and trifectas with some of your top picks.
Yep.
Number 7 is Johnny Unleashed. Terry has not run at Oaklawn Park. Some really nice workouts coming into this. 2 bullet workouts in a row. Let's see. How do you think it's going to fare in its first start off the bench?
Well, it hasn't run on the dirt since the sloppy track back in November of 2020. It's actually been on the turf most of the time. So drops in class today, has decent prime power number. And the workouts had 3 bullet workouts in a row. So.
Yes, and if you look too, you mentioned 3 in a row. It has 3 consecutive speed figure increases, so that's a positive. And the other horse in the field to do that with 3 consecutive speed figure increases was number 6, Long-Term Thinking. I think those are the only 2 horses in the field that make that. I can make that statement for. Number 8 is Sturgill. Terry, this horse is coming in from Indiana Downs for John Heron and Travis Wales on the irons, making his second race as Ophir Oaklawn. That's what the O stands for in this guy's.
That's right. So 5 times tried, never even gotten the money. So it's a horse I would pass on. So.
Simply forgettable, right? And then that's it, Terry. So that's all of them. I
That's
thought there was going to be one more for a second there. Having too much fun talking about the horses today. So looking at the odds right now, Terry, you have the 6 horse is the favorite. He's taking in probably, let's see, he's got about a few hundred, $400-500 more than the 2 horse. So I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see some more money from the rebate houses come in on the 6 or the 2, driving those odds down. The 7 horse is the 3rd favorite, Terry. It looks like it's 7-2. The next horse that's the favorite on the board looks like the 5 horse to me, which is 5-1. Then the 3 horse at 7-1, the 4 horse at 8-1, and then the 8 horse is all the way by itself at 29-1. So everybody except the 8 is under 10-1 odds, which kind of tells me that the betting public feels like it's a competitive race with 2 horses that they like a little more than the others.
Yeah, it sounds like it to me too.
So how are you going to line them up?
Okay, I like number 6, Long-Term Thinking. Then number 2, Much Better. And number 3, Shotsky. And then my 4th pick would be 7, Johnny Unleashed.
Johnny Unleashed. So 6'2", 3'7". We're going to start out the same way, Terry. 6'2". As I mentioned, it is a best bet over at horse racing at Guaranteed Tip Sheet today. So I'm going to go 6'2", 7 and 4. I'm hoping to hit the ice cold superfecta here, Terry.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah,
We're due for one.
we are. Yeah, yeah.
And then in the next race coming up in race number 5, is next race number 5 or 6?
No,
number
6,
right? So Terry and I will be putting together our pick 5 tickets at the end of the for the last 5 races of the day at the Oaklawn Park. You can also head on over to the Triple Clowns, where AJ, Randy, and myself, so the Triple Clowns on YouTube, we've put together our picks for the late pick 4. Of course, I'll bring them up here, but you can also see AJ and Randy's picks. And they had a couple of long shots in there, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't agree with. And I had a really interesting angle on one of the horses in the last leg. I did a little bit of research and found a horse that might do pretty well. That might be a nice value bet. I think he was 10-1 morning line, Terry.
All right.
Of course, he'll be in my late pick 5 and my late pick 4 as well.
Okay, sounds good.
So it looks like they're about to turn because you got 0 minutes to post. They're about headed for the gate, Terry. So let's see how this race plays out. Right now, and the money pools, it looks to me like the 6 horses, it's about $700. So that difference stays about the same ahead of the 2 horse to take the favorite status, followed by the 7. And then you have the 3 horse. And then it's the 5 horse, then the 3 horse, then the 4 horse. Have you ever been to Oaklawn Park, Terry?
I have not. No, it's one I've wanted to go to, but I've never been there.
I drove past there, and from what I understand, there's an exit there. They got a sign, and they have the Oak Park logo, and it says "Get off to Oak Park and Hot Springs." And I always just feel like it's right off the highway there. But from what I was told from a local, that it's probably about 35 minutes off the highway, and it used to be just like one of those 2-lane roads.
Mm-hmm.
So it used to take a while to get there, but apparently they've upgraded the infrastructure there. They built back better down in Oaklawn Park.
All right. That sounds good to me.
Yes, indeed. It would be a good way to go.
Yep, it would.
They're heading into the posts, Terry. Walking back that way as the horses separate from their lead pony. They're behind the gates. Now they're turning in. So a few horses have loaded already. Now the 3 horses going in. Here comes the 6 horse. And a little bit of a pause. Looks like we're waiting on the 8 horse, maybe. The 4 horse.
Yep.
And the 8 horse. And I think they'll be all set once the 8 horse loads. Gone in nice and easy so far. Not a lot of action pre-race for any of these horses. Looks like everybody's loaded pretty easily today so far. So I hope, knock on wood, because right now the 8's being just a little bit stubborn. Looks like he's set and ready to go. And before I could say it, they're off. They're off, Terry.
All right.
The 2 horse busts to the lead, Terry, but the 8 horse on the outside and the 7 horse have the 8 horses cleared, and he's got the lead, followed behind by the 2 and the 7 horse. 2 horses, moving up just to make sure that the 8 can't move in front of him to take the rail. You have the 7. So right now it's 8, 2, 7. 6 is making his move wide of the 7 horse. So the 6 horse is going to have to go 4 wide to win this race, Terry.
Yeah.
2 horses on the rail. But it looks like he's got some good momentum with the 6 horse. The 8 horse looks like it's going to be a difficult one for us to beat, Terry, because he's up on the front. And he's doing a pretty good job of hanging on the lead. And speed has been holding up there today. Kind of fanned out a little bit, so he opened up the inside. So here they come down the stretch. The 7 horse is going a little wobbly on everybody. The 4 horse is making a move up the rail, Terry. It looks to me, here comes the 3 horse. And the 3 horse looks like it might. No, it's going to go 7. I don't know, Terry. Tough to tell. It looks like it's going to go, 4, 7, 3.
7's still out there.
It's either 4, 7, 3, or it's going to be, I think it's 4.
Well, that's
7,
close.
3, 4, 3, 7.
4,
I think
7,
the 4
3.
got it.
Yep.
My 4th pick. Hopefully the 7 came in second, so that we can have a in exacta in that mix. And the 4 went off at 8-1. I needed that 6 to make a little better run there, Terry.
Yeah, we did. I think that 7 bothered him quite a bit.
So it looks to me like with just a few strides to go, it's the 7 horses race. And then they come in hard up the rail. So let's see. The 4 definitely has to jump on the 3. Yeah, it's going to be close for second. The 4-1, I think absolutely. It's going to be close for second between the 7 and the 3.
Yeah.
The 7 went off at 7-2, so that would not be bad. And it should be a good exacta. If it goes 4-7, 4-3, either way, it's going to be a good exacta. And when the race went final, Terry, it looks like all of the rebate money piled in on the 2 horse because he ended up being the favorite. There was a lot of money that cashed in hard on that 4 horse, that 2 horse late. He ended up being the favorite by about $1,300. Yeah, so
Wow.
4, 7, 3, and 8. So yeah, box the top 4 picks, Terry, and you end up with an exacta. That should be okay. I'm gonna guess about $40 for $2. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So that's how they line up there for race number 5, right? 5. I forget what race we're on all the time. Yep.
Yeah, that was 5.
4, 7, 3, and 8. Terry and I will be back about 12 minutes to post for race number 6. We'll share with you our thoughts for a late pick 5. And then, of course, for the last 4 races, we'll subtract the race 5 and the first race, and we'll have our late pick 4 as well.
That's right.
I'd see you 12 minutes to post for race number 6.
All right. See you then.
Almost got it right there, Terry. I just forgot to take off one thing, and that's that.
Uh-oh.
So race, and this is a this is going to be a fun one to start a pick five with.
It is. It's very wide open.
You
So,
have a maiden special weight, $84,000 for Arkansas bred horses, undering the governing rules of Arkansas racing. So 6 furlongs, as we've mentioned, speed, 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 speed. But I think I think at least half the field, if not more, are first time starters, Terry. So it didn't really make much sense to do the normal thing where we put the pace figures out there. I can tell you, based upon the early pace figures, that it looks like it's going to go 9, 6, 10. For, at least from the horses that have run already. And then, excuse me, it's going to go 9, 12, 10. The 6 horse should be about 4th or 5th out of the gate, according to what they've done already in their limited experience for all of these horses in the field. Ordinarily, I put these horses, as I mentioned before, in groups of either the first-time starters or the experienced horses. It's kind of tough. I have to say, based upon a lot of what I read, there's really not a lot of really outstanding workouts in this group. There's not a horse in here that has an overwhelming pedigree score higher than the rest of these horses, Terry. So it's going to be a tough call. And considering that some of these other races are competitive down the line too, it's going to be hard to really keep the pick 4 ticket without putting a pick 5 ticket without a lot of guys to get started. But I'm going to start with 3 horses. But let's first run down the field, Terry.
okay.
Let's go with the first horse is Where is Randy, Terry?
I don't know. Where is Randy?
First time starter. What do you say? Where's Randy about?
Okay, well, breeding suits the distance today and has a really good workout on December 4th, 48.3, handling from the gate, 13 best out of 67.
Yeah, I mean, that's about I looked through the workouts. Okay, at Oaklawn, not bad. Some of the faster workouts for sure. Probably why the horse is being bet down from morning line 10-1 to the current odds of 5-1. And you've also seen a lot of the inside horses today, for whatever reason, get good sharp breaks. So they've been a part of the early pace all day long. And number 2 is Pacific Harbor, 20-1 morning line odds, 35-1 right now, Terry. Not really taking a lot of love from anybody anywhere, from the odds maker to the horse player.
Yeah, the workouts are just mediocre. And it other than that, I don't really see much of
much to hang your hat on.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Max's Heart. Max Heart is a January horse, so he's a little bit older than a lot of these other horses. Many of them are March or April's birth horses, so maybe the extra month or two. I mean, it's waited almost a full year to make its 2-year-old debut. Maybe that's enough, Terry?
Well, I just don't like the workouts. The workouts have not been very spectacular at all. Most of the time, it's
kind of slow.
Yeah, a lot slower than most of the other horses working out on the same days.
Number 4 is Full Buck Moon. It's one of the few horses that does have some racing history, Terry. Seems like the horse is probably a little bit on the, say difficult side. Got gelded after the last race, getting a weight break. Did show some speed 2 races back. And if it can run back to that last race at Prairie Meadows before it went on a break on July 31st, did get out of the gates pretty quick and maybe can be a part of the early pace. Being gelded might be enough to get that horse to stick it out.
Could be. Does show a little bit of early space in that race, as you said, and also the first race it showed a little bit of early speed. But again, the workouts are not blistering or anything that really piques my interest.
No, well, I mean, the only thing that catches my eye there is those couple first time starting in that third race. Number 5 is All in Good Time, Terry. It's middle of the road workouts. You go back to that first workout on November 8th. That's not a bad one for the 5 horse.
No, the breeding does suit for today's distance. So we'll just have to wait and see. Not one of the ones I've picked.
Number 6 is 110 Stadium. A horse ran the top last race speed figure over at Remington Park, Terry. It didn't really get off to a sharp start, but did rally pretty hard. Odds were kind of high. And again, this is a February horse, so it's one of the older horses in the field.
Yeah, I like it that David Cabrera is on this horse. and its last race was the highest speed rating. It ran second already, and it's very maiden race. So we'll have to see what happens. I think the workouts are halfway decent.
Yeah, so when you look to it, the pace figures throughout the race, the pace figures increased as the race went along. So it had a slow start, but then it just built up momentum, and it's why it went from eighth to second. But it really only gained 1 3/4 lengths throughout the entirety of the race. So I don't know if that was closing or if the other horses were just tiring. Number 7 is Scratch. That brings us to number 8, Peace Dog, Terry. Peace Dog is another horse that has, if you look at his workouts, for the most part, right down the middle.
Yeah, it is. And the dam, though, has 5 winners from 7 starters, and the breeding does suit this kind of sprint distance. So
Then and number 9 is Razo. Number is 6-1 right now. Morning line is 7-2, so numbers are going up. This horse does have a little bit, showed the best early pace out of the gate out of any horses in here. It's going to get Lasix here for the first time. So I do like that angle, Terry, where you have first time Lasix on a horse that showed some giddy up and go, was the fastest horse out of the gate for any of these horses here. And Terry was decently bet in its debut.
yeah, and it actually ran a really good race. It closed to end up being second. As you said, Lasix added today, and it has the best start speed among today's starters.
Number 10 is Street Commander. This horse, this one scares me a little bit, Terry, because it's morning line 15-1. It was bet down to like 4-1, 5-1 a little bit earlier. It's starting to creep back up in odds now. It's getting Lasix for the first time, and if you just do the early pace figure, should be one of the horses that does get a clean break. And outside speed doesn't really seem to be an obstacle at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to do better on the dirt, and I like that workout on December 7th. Second best out of 6, 35.4 for 3 furlongs at Oaklawn Park. And the one before that was a decent middle of the road workout.
Number 11, Terry, is a first-time starter. That is Wheeling Springs. And just to make a note, Ricardo Santana Jr. has detached from the lead pony. Again, when we've talked to jockeys on the Player Edge podcast, they do tell us that when they take the horse away from the lead pony, it's usually a pretty good sign pre-race that horse is ready to go.
That's true. And number 6 is the same thing. It doesn't have a lead pony either out there. But anyway, number 11 has a hot trainer who in the last 14 days has won 2 out of 6 starts, a second and a third. And I think John Ortiz is a pretty good trainer. So
number 12 is Allo Henry, which is the last horse in the field. Was as a part of an entry last time. I don't know if it was the favorite or the horse that it was with was the one that was considered a favorite. Average workouts in terms of where it stands relative to everybody else it worked out against. But it is one, Terry, that I do expect to be on the pace early on.
Yeah, it's got some middle of the road workouts, which is pretty good. It was heavily bet in the debut. And the trainer, when it brings a beaten favorite back, wins 20% of the time. So,
all right. So now it's time to make our picks for the race, and then we'll throw out our pick 5. So for the race, what do you like, Terry?
Okay, I like the number 6 horse as my first pick. Number 9, Razo, is my second pick. Number 12, Allo Entry is my third pick. And number 11, Wheeling Springs is my fourth pick.
All right. I mostly agree with you. I do think the 12 horse is one to worry about. I'm going to go 6, 9. I'm going to go 6, 11, 9, and 12. And I'm concerned about that 12 horse getting a good break. Got the top jock on there, Florent Garou. I'm probably going to regret it when it's all said and done. But in any case, what is your pick 5, Terry? And hold on while we do this. I'm going to type it in. So give me a second. All right.
Okay.
So Terry's pick 5 is.
You ready?
Hold on one second. Terry's pick 5. So for race 5, Terry, what do you got? Or race 6?
For race 6, the 1, the 6, the 9, 10, 11, and 12.
1, 6, 9, 10,
10, 11, 12.
Did you spend all your money? I should have given you a budget. All right. Next one is race number 7.
I singled the 7.
Single to 7. Well, there's his budget. Okay, so race 8.
I like the 178.
1, 7, and 8. Race 9.
I like the 2 and the 3.
2 and the 3. And then race 10 to bring them home.
1, 3, 4, 5, 9.
1, 3, 4,
5, 9.
5, and how much does that ticket cost?
Should be $90.
So he's got 1, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in the first leg. He's singling to 7 in race 7. Race 8, the 178. Race number 9, he has, as you can see right here, Terry, look at the screen to make sure I got that right, all right?
Okay, 1, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, the 7, the 178, the 2, 3, and the 1, 3, 4, 5, 9. That's it.
All right, so that's Terry's pick 5. So I'm going to go ahead and make my pick 5 right now. So for race number 6, I can't go as deep as Terry but he's only spent a little more money than I did. I'm going 6, 9, 11, Terry. And then race number 7, I am going to go the 1, 2, and 7, Terry.
Okay.
And then race number 8, I'm going with the race 8. I'm going with the 6, 7, and 8. Race number 9, Terry. I'm going with the 2 and the 3. And then in race number 10, I'm going with the 3, 5, and 9.
Okay.
So here's my pick 5, Terry. Boom. There it is. And let's see how long do they have till the race starts. They're heading towards the gate. So real quick, one more time. Let's put up Terry's pick 5. Terry's pick 5 is 1, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he's probably going to get one of those horses in, I would imagine. And then in race number 7, Terry singling to 7. That's the wink link in his ticket. Race number 8 is the 1, 7, and 8. Race number 9, the 2 and the 3. And then race number 10, 1, 3, 4, 5, 9. I'm going to go, as I mentioned here, 6, 9, 11. This 12 does scare me, however. 1, 2, 7, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 3, 5, and 9. Hopefully, they're both winners, Terry.
I hope so.
Yes,
Be
it
nice.
all depends on that 7 horse in that second leg, right there for sure.
That's right.
For the race, Terry is going, we're with the same 4 horses, just in different order. He's going 6, 9, 12, 11. I'm going 6, 11, 9, 12. I do worry about the 1, and I do worry about the 10 potentially upsetting our pick 4 tickets, Terry.
Yep.
I mean, our pick 5 and just our tickets for this particular race.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race. They're loading in now, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it's one of these, all these first-time starters. You just, if you have the deep pockets, man, this is the all race right here, Terry, because then you're hoping for like the 50-1 shot to come in to kick off that pick 5 and eliminate a ton of tickets that are going to have the 6, the 9, the 11, or 12 in there.
Yeah, I kept it under $100, but I would have went all in this race.
Yeah, mine was $81. So
yeah,
a little bit more coverage in some races than you, and you have a little bit more coverage in some races than I do. And
well, then when we do my pick 4, it's a little bit different. So,
and out of the gate they come, Terry. So the 1 horse didn't get a sharp break, so I'm not too worried about him. The 10 horse didn't get a sharp break. That doesn't seem to be a concern. So the 2 horse right now and the 3 horse are up near the lead. The 12 horse, which is the one that concerned the hell out of me, that I did not put in mind. He's 3 wide. You got a whole pack of horses. The 1 just kind of rushed back into the mix. So I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing.
And the 10 actually had to pull up a little bit, pull back.
Yeah, he's like 6 wide. He's all in the back. I don't think he's going to be a part of the race.
Probably not.
You never know. I probably just jinxed it because here he comes like a truck. So the 3 and the 2 have
the 1 had to pull check a little bit.
Yeah. So right now it looks like it's a race between the 6 and the 11, the 9 and the 11. But the 6 is going to have something to say about this one. And you know what? You got the 2 horse on the rail. which when that rail is opened up for people along the way today, it's been a pretty good. So right now, the 9-horse, the 1-horse wants somewhere to go, but all these other horses are kind of pushing it in. Of course, Terry, you go all, and guess what happens?
Yeah, the favorite will win probably.
Yeah. And then the 1-horse, yeah, if that 1-horse, Terry, didn't have a wall of horses to compete with, it's the winner.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. But we're both alive with the 6-horse coming in.
Yeah. 6, 1, 11, right?
Yep. And that's a January horse. That's a February horse with the 1-horse. The 2-horse, let's see, what was the 1-horse? The 1-horse was Randy was a March horse. So, yeah, that 1-horse, he's just got to run into a wall of horses here. He's got nowhere to go. He's stuck behind the 9 and the 6 and the 11. Has to wait for everybody to clear so that he can go ahead and make a move. And there's no way they can put an objection on him because he was moving in and out. So,
no, that's true. And he actually got a really bad break. So, that's a horse to keep put in your list to watch.
Yeah, he 6, 1, 11, and 9. So we're both through the first leg of the pick 5 with our first choices, both of us, Terry. So I almost think we should have just singled that horse. Huh?
That's where I probably should have singled. So, yeah, instead of singling in the next race.
Mm-hmm. So race number 7, Terry, coming up. Are they going to finally break away from 6 furlongs, Terry? Let's see. Race number 7 is
a mile.
1 mile. So yes, indeed, we are finally going to get away from that. It's a optional claiming 80,000 with a purse of 102 grand. It's going to start the late pick 4. I've already tipped my hand. I'm not going to change my pick 4.
I am.
Keep it as is because I have sheets of integrity, Terry.
Well, I'm changing my pick 4. So.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, we'll be back 12 minutes to post roughly for race number 7. Terry will tell you how he changed his pick 4. I'm going to leave mine exactly the same because I have confidence in my picks, Terry.
I just want a little more coverage. So
yes, I understand. We'll be back 12 minutes to race number 7. We'll see you then.
Okay. See ya.
Hey, Terry, what's happening, my friend? We're going to get a little bit of a different distance this time in race number 7.
Yep.
It is 1 mile, so 2 furlongs longer than we've gone so far. In the previous meet, Terry, they ran 58 of these races. 39 of them, Terry, were won by speed horses. And Oaklawn is a speed track. There's no question about that, Terry. And 11 of the 58 went wire to wire. Post position wise, Terry, there wasn't any real big advantage, although horses that wore an 8 or a higher kind of struggled relative to the inside 7. During the current meet, Terry, it's even a little bit more pronounced. And the 5 races, Terry, 2 have gone wire to wire, but all 5 were won by horses that were speed horses. And the winner was either first or second at the quarter pole, and it was either first or second on average at the half-mile marker. And the rail has yet to win, and there's been an absolute outside bias to kick it off. So it's definitely looking like you want speed. Maybe a horse is a little bit to the outside. And based upon the way the odds are playing right now, Terry, it might be you and I get knocked out of our pick 5s right away because you have the 6 horse and the 3 horse, 2 horses that neither one of us have in this leg as your top 2 choices, according to the current odds board. Let's take a look, Terry, at how they're going to break out of the gates. Looks like early on, Fact Finding, the 4 horse, should have the best early pace. And he and the 7, Cash Logistics, have pretty similar numbers. So they look like they're a step or 2 faster than My 6 Cents and Sonneman. On the way home, Terry, the 6 horse, Spa City, which is the current, I think, 7-5 favorite, taking a lot of money, has a better strong kick than anybody else, followed by Cash Logistics and Sonneman. They should be not too far behind. And then the 1 horse, Guess Sweet, should be running hard at the end. Looking at our stock market charts for our candlesticks for our horses and their speed figures, here you go. It looks like maybe the 3 horse might be something. The 6 horse, his numbers are a little bit below the 1 and the 2s, it looks like, or maybe at least the 2. But the 3 and the 6 do look like they have the highest average. But it looks to me like the 4 horse has the biggest swing variance. So maybe 4 horse runs its best race. It might be an upset in here.
Could be. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's run through the field real quick, Terry. Let's pull up the screen here on the Brisnet charts. Horse number 1, Terry, as I mentioned, should probably have this on horse number 1, but Guess Sweet was a 7-2 morning line. Francisco Arrieta in the irons with Cipriano Contreras as the trainer. This horse is an all or nothing horse, Terry, and it's something I've termed now. It has an insistence on the distance, Terry, because at 9 starts, 5 wins, 3/3 in 9 races. Take it away from that distance, and it has 3 wins in 27 races at any other length.
Yep, that's true. It drops in class today, though. And any time that the trainer ships a horse in, he wins 19% of the time. Jockeys won 5 out of the last 18 mounts in the last 7 days. And the only really negative thing is he hasn't raced for more than 2 months.
Yeah, and it was a really big long shot last time in the ACAC grade 3. But 3 consecutive speed and figure increases, Terry. So if he can make it 4 in a row, he can have his 3rd win at Oaklawn Park. And it looks like he has along with the 2 horse, My 6 Cents, maybe has the best speed number achieved at Oaklawn Park so far. My 6 Cents, Terry, as I mentioned, has 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd and 6 runs over at Oaklawn Park, and does have a history of some early pace figures that suggest that the horse could be part of the early lead.
Yeah, it's done fairly well at this distance too. It's been in the money 6 out of 9 times, and the horse has got an average work last workout, but the workout before that was the best out of 11. So he's got a good chance.
Yeah, I think he should be all right. First time off a layoff. He does tend to run okay fresh, so he's got a couple of seconds in his last couple times running off the bench. The 3 horse Sonneman is one of 2 horses, Terry, along with the 6 horse, whose last race speed figure was over par, Terry. This horse seems to pop a number and drop, then pop a number and drop, but does have consistently the highest speed numbers, I think, in the field.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got a really good trainer in Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana's riding. His last race was the highest race speed rating. And The trainer has won 4 out of the last 12 mounts in the last 14 days.
All right. That brings us to fact finding. The 4-horse, who, as I mentioned, has the highest standard deviation, if you will, the biggest range between its top race and its bottom race. Horse definitely has some early speed. If you look back to its days at Delaware, he topped 100 a couple of times on the speed gun. He top 100 here, Terry. Fact finding is probably going to be the top horse when they show the standings.
It could be, yeah. He's got the highest speed rate figure at today's race distance, and Robert Diodoro is winning at a 25% clip at this meet, and David Cohen is winning at a 21% meet. They've won 2 out of 8, finishing the money 6 out of 8.
Indeed. Number 5 is Beaver Hat, Terry. Does have a history at Oaklawn Park with the win, place, and show in 9 races, and hit the board in 6 of 8 at the distance. So maybe the distance is the key for a Beaver Hat.
Yeah, and he has a really good workout on December 5th at 6th out of 75. It's 48 flat breezing for 4 furlongs. So he's got a little chance there.
Number 6, Terry, Spa City is one of the 2 horses, as I mentioned, it and Sonoman, who ran a last race speed figure over par. Smoked the field at Indiana Grand for trainer Thomas Amos. Ran its best speed figure in a while in that last race. So, question is that an indication that the horse likes the mud where he's 2 for 2, or is that a question of being on the improve?
Yeah, I more think he likes the mud 2 for 2. He's tried Oaklawn Park at a mile last one time before and didn't do very well. Although he does have a really good workout on December 1st. And at this distance, he's won 50% of the races that he started.
Yeah, and right now he's faded to the second choice, the 6-horse. And the 3-horse continues to be the favorite at 8-5, Terry. So we're going to have to beat that one. We're hoping we both can beat him. Terry Single is Cash Logistics, coming in from Indiana Grand, where it also blew out a field. Ran a pretty strong late pace number, some pretty good early pace, did so on the slop, but the horse has also run well on a fast track. And every single time, I look back when I was doing my research on this horse, Terry, every single time the horse has run a second start off a layoff, it's run at least as well or better than it did in the first start off the bench.
Yeah, and if you look at the last 6 races, it's won 4 out of the 6 races. And actually, that race at Indiana Downs, or Grand, that was a $150,000 race. So it switches to the Florent Gros, who's he's doing almost 20% win here at this track.
At Oaklawn Park, indeed. And I think that wraps up the field, Terry. So what's your pick 4?
Okay, my pick 4 is 3, 6, 7.
Hold on, you go way too fast for me, Terry. Way too fast. So race 7, you want the 3, the 6, and the 7. Hold on, let me delete this off the screen here too. You want the 3, the 6. Hold on, Terry, edit. Let me just put this in there. Pick 4. Race 7, you want the 3, the 6, and the 7.
Yep, and then race.
You're not going to single them, and no courage, huh?
No, because I do that a lot with my pick 5s. If I've got a single, then when I do my pick 4s, I'll use a couple of extra horses just in case my single don't win. Then I've got a backup bet there. So
all right, so 3, 6, 7 in race 7.
Yep, with the 1, 7, 8. With the 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're going to take every horse in that race. All right, next one.
And 1, 3, 4, 5, 9.
So Terry's pick 4. Take a look at this on the screen. Terry, make sure that is accurate. Race number 4. Terry's got the 3, the 6, the 7, the 1, 7, and 8, the 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 1, 3, 4, 5, and 9. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Yes. Should be a $90 ticket.
And as I mentioned, I have a sheet of integrity, Terry. I stuck with 1, 2, 7 in this race with 6, 7, and 8. I didn't let the odds on the board sway my picks. I trust my handicapping to be right sometimes. Race number 9 to 2, 3. I did not take the favorite because the 3 horses beat the 4 horse every time they've squared up. And the 2 horse, the feeder, has, I think, a little bit. I don't know if he has more upside, but he's the most lightly raced of the high quality horses in that field, which means he probably has the most upside. And then I closed it out with the 3, the 5, and the 9. So my ticket, Terry, is $27.50, if I remember correctly, right? 3 times 3 times 3 times 2, 54. Yep. So yeah, 27.5 bucks.
Yep, that's right.
So we'll see. Hopefully that we win our pick 4 and our pick 5s, and we can go home big winners on this Oaklawn Saturday. Got 2 minutes to go to race number 7, Terry. They're not too far away from hitting those races that we talked about with John Dooley over at the fairgrounds. So if you haven't seen our picks for the fairgrounds, race 10, 11, and 12, you can go over to horseracingtoday.net. You'll see Terry, myself, Sean, and Tom. We made our picks there. And hey, if you're up late tonight, Tom and I do what are called 22-1. Tom and I do what Terry deems Foreign Fridays. And the Foreign Friday today is Hong Kong, which will kick off around probably 10:30 Eastern. Our picks will probably come in around 12 o'clock Eastern. We did races 4, 5, 7, and 8, if I remember correctly. And those are 4 big races in Hong Kong. It's one of their biggest cards out there, big fields, good horses. So one of the Breeders' Cup winners that came in from Japan, Love Just You, I think, is the name of the horse, is running in today in Hong Kong, or tonight or this morning, depending where you are. And there's also a horse running, Terry, in one of the races named Golden 60. Yeah. That horse has run 18 of 19 starts.
Wow.
And something like 16 in a row.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I don't hope he gets beat. I picked them as part of my picks, but you can find those picks as well over at horseracingtoday.net.
Yeah, this is this race here at Oaklawn Park is my pick of the day. And I like the 7 with then the 6, then the 3 and the 4. What did you? How did you rank them?
How did I have these horses ranked?
Yeah, ranked. Yeah.
In terms of how I'm going to play them, Terry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have them ranked as 1, 7, 2, and 3. How about you?
I have them as 7, 6, 3, and 4.
And off they go. The 4-horse Terry gets to the lead. The 7-horse is off to the outside, kind of running a little wobbly. Didn't take that turn as nice as I would have liked to see the 7 take that turn, Terry. But your single is riding right behind the 4-horse. And then you have the 3, the 6, and it looks like the 5 grouped up right behind them. Opening quarter, Terry, in 23 and 66. So not the slowest quarter, not the fastest quarter, but a fair pace, I think. And as they come in the backstretch, about halfway down the backstretch, you have the 4 horses still on the lead, followed by the 7 horse and then the 6 horse. So you have Fact Finding and Cash Logistics. Looks like Spa City is about to make its move right now, Terry, but 7 horse is going to certainly make sure that the 6 horse has to stay wide. They did the opening quarter in 48 and 5, so they picked up the pace a little bit. Here they come down down into the final turn. It does look to me like the 7 horse is done.
Oh boy.
So now we have.
He's dropping way
There's
back.
that 4-horse, Terry, that got to the lead. I said he might upset the field, and it looks like he might do it. Here comes the 5-horse. Got nothing else really coming. The 2-horse is coming now with a little bit of rush. Can the 2 get there? Can the 2? Come on, 2. 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 No. Terry, the 4-horse, Fact Finding with David Cohen, takes the win there, Terry, knocking us out of all of our tickets, which if we go back to our sheet there, Terry, which is it's just crazy, but if we go back to this thing right here, the 4-horse definitely had the biggest range. He had the maximum score, kind of got out to the lead and hung on. Otherwise, it would have been the 2-horse.
Yep, that's right. Well, the 4 was my 4th pick, so, but I didn't use it.
Nope. Unfortunately, I had him in there as I think the 4-horse was my 6th pick. So, unfortunately, it doesn't come home. But you have the 7, 3, 6, and 4 in your picks, and it looks to me like it's going to go 4. I think it went 4-2. You didn't have the 2-horse, right?
I did not.
So we needed that 2-horse to come in to have the one of us to be alive in the pick 4, pick 5, but didn't happen. 4-horse with a nice run at 15-1, Terry, with David Cohen. There you go. You know, David Cohen, Robertino Diodoro coming off the Did he just claim that horse or not? That's a hell of a combination, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is. Let's see if he did.
Fact finding claim. There's the second time off of the
Yep.
claim with
Yep.
Robertino. Yep. And, you know, one of the things about him is when that horse, Terry, you know, I hate when we miss this, Terry.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. What did I tell you? There was one of the things that I keep missing.
I don't know, second off of a claim or
No. If you remember correctly, when we talked about this, Terry, before, and you know, I'm talking about horses that were bet well the last race.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
he was
the
the favorite
favorite.
last
Yeah.
time out,
Yep.
and his odds went up to 6-1 and even higher on the morning line. And that's an angle that's worked a lot. So
Yeah.
I wish we would have had him.
And he also had the highest speed figure at today's distance. You know, like I said, I liked him as my fourth pick, but yeah, I'm sorry
Well,
that the 7 died like it did. But
I mean, there's
well, I
nothing you
shouldn't say quit, not
He
died.
quit. Yes, he quit running. So I went 4, 2, 6, and 3. Man, I wish we would have had that 4-horse, Terry. It was right there for the taking, but unfortunately, we missed it. I wish that 2-horse would have started his move a little bit earlier, because if he had, he might have been able to get to that 4-horse. But
Yeah.
timing is everything. That's one of the reasons why I really like speed horses a little bit more than I like closers, because speed horses, you know, they can't run into traffic and all that kind of stuff. They just have to hold up. But the 7-horse didn't hold up, so the 4-horse is in, Terry.
That's it. Oh.
Terry and I will be back about 10 minutes to post for race number 8 coming up, Terry. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Number 8.
Hopefully we can find a 15-1 on top of our tickets for race number 8. We'll see you 12 minutes to post to race number 8.
Okay, see you then.
All righty, Terry. We got to get back into the winner circle ourselves here. Robertino Diodoro, our guest, messing us up. But what are you going to do? We're into race number 8. This one is a maiden claiming $40,000 affair, Terry. Once again, it's at 1 mile. And we talked a little bit about what you need to do to win so far at this meet. 5 for 5, 6 for 6 speed horses. 2 of 5 had won the going wire to wire. That just made it 3 of 6. So 100% of the races so far at 1 mile at the Oaklawn Park for this meet have won by speed horses, with 3 of them going wire to wire. So like, pace is going to make the race, it looks like, Terry, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think this is another really wide open race, though.
So let me, which one do I hope I got the right one here. So let's see. Johnny Unleashed, much better. That was a race we did already, right? So let's delete that. And let's put the right ones in, because for some reason I put in some different ones. All right, so here we go. This should be the right one. Salado should be the fastest horse out of the gate, Terry. It has got a pretty good pace advantage over the next horse, the 1 horse. And if that works out right, we had the 4 horse as our top pace horse last time out, Terry. And we mentioned it, and the 7 had a little bit of an advantage over everybody else. And it came out 4-7. The only problem is the 7 decided it didn't want to keep up with the 4. So this time around, the 6 horse has a very good edge on the 1 and the 4. And then that's a little bit of a drop from there to the Namesake, My Favorite Uncle, and Holiday Ticket. On the way home, Terry, Sequel has the best late pace figures and has a pretty good advantage over the 1, Roulette, and 2, Namesake. And then it's a little bit of a drop to Brody, who has a little bit of advantage over Holiday Tickets. And another thing that pointed to the 4 in the last race was our stock charts, Terry. Yep. Looking at this stock chart, got a little bit of a sinusoidal wave going on here. Kind of reminds me of geometry class. A little bit of math for horse racing. The 5, as you can see, is scratched. Based upon what I see here, it looks like the 8 horse is the one with the biggest range, followed by the 7 horse, or at least the most upside, and then maybe the 4 and the 10. We'll see, right, what happens when they run.
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at the field, Terry. First horse on the number 1, Roulette, on the rail with Ramon Vasquez, Terry. He's been bet okay in all 3 races so far, so maybe the 1 horse is a factor?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to get blinkers today, so that may help. We had a decent workout last time, and it's 2 out of 3 in the money this year.
Done definitely pretty well. First time off of claim for Gerano Garcia, who first time off of claim, 14% in 182 races. So not bad. Decent workouts. Number 2 is Namesake, Terry. This is a horse that's making its 3rd career start. It improved. Well, it ran its first race at Santa Anita. Took off quite a while. Came back to Keeneland. Improved from its first race, but really didn't fire. It made an $84,000. So maybe this is the right spot for it.
Could be. Drops in class, and second time on Lasix, and the trainer wins 53% of the time when he brings a horse second time on Lasix.
Yeah, and his last time out ran for $84,000. This time running for $35,000. So significant difference in terms of potential purse money. And number 3 is Bodie Boucher, however you want to pronounce that. Yeah. Tried the first 2 times on turf, Terry. It's going to take a turn over to dirt this time. And last race, this is a horse to me, Terry, that looks like it has a little bit of closing punch.
It does. It ran a really good race last race. It ran 3rd by half length. It could improve going to the dirt. Who knows? And then Trenter wins 18% of the time when he goes from maiden to maiden claiming.
And number 4, Martin Garcia, riding River Redemption for Nicolas Zito. Boy, you don't see that name around as much as you used to, Nick Zito.
You don't.
He must really like this horse. Otherwise, I'd imagine, because you don't really see his name on a lot of them. He's another one that's kind of moving down a little bit in purse money. Last time out ran for $58,000, $35,000 this time, and has 3 consecutive speed figure increases. So it's on the way up the charts, Terry. The only other time it made a 2-race cycle, I don't know if it hurt itself because it took a pretty good break, but maybe this time around improves in round 2.
Could be. It might have hurt itself because if you look at that mile at Churchill Downs, it ran seventh by 32 lengths.
Mm.
So,
Yeah,
as
pulled
a
up, and then it didn't run again from November till August. So
yeah,
my guess is it hurt itself because you also then see the big class drop from 85,000 down to 50,000. So something impaired that horse.
yeah,
Number 5, Fan Club, is not in this race. Number 6, Salado, as I mentioned, this is a horse that it's been off for quite a while. It hasn't run since March of 2019-20. So a little more than about a year and a half hasn't
yeah,
run.
yeah. So, it's actually the horse. He showed a lot of speed then, and if you look at my numbers, it comes up as the best pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't choose as my best pick simply because it's been off for a year and a half. So,
Uh-huh.
it actually ended up being my fourth. It did have the highest last race speed rating,
Way
and
back a year and a half ago, huh?
a year and a half ago, yeah. But the workouts have only been average, other than the 1-3 workouts back.
Yeah, November 21st did put a nice workout in there. So interesting to see because there's really not a lot of other pace in this race, Terry, outside of maybe the one horse.
Right.
And the one horse right now is pretty high odds. It looks like it's 10-1 or something like that, 9-1.
Yeah.
Number 7 is my favorite uncle, aren't we all? It's the favorite right now, Terry, with Luis Contreras, Steve Asmussen combination. They don't really get together that long. Was claimed. You don't really see Steve claim a lot of horses. I don't think he's not really in the claiming game.
Yeah.
And when he does claim it, does win at 20%. Well, there was 400 of them, so it's not that unusual for him. But he's also claiming it and moving it up in class, which I find interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. It actually ran a pretty darn good race. Ran second by 2.5 lengths at mile and the 16th. And anytime that Steve Asmussen brings a beaten favorite back, he wins 25% of the time.
Number 8 is Sequel, Terry. This is a horse that probably could be near the pace, running in from Indiana, but has some experience at Oaklawn Park. 3 runs, a third in that mix. 8 races in its lifetime, a second and a third. So not one that's really found the winner's circle. Well, none of them have, but hasn't really been all that close either.
That's true. Although he's got the best start speed among today's starters, and he's got a really hot jockey that we've talked about earlier today in the last 7 days, has been in the money 9 out of 18 times and won 5 of those.
Number 9, Terry, is a Holiday Ticket. It is the holiday season, so aptly named. So if you're doing betting by the names, Terry, you got to go with Holiday Ticket, who does have, if you go back 2 races, Terry, to that race at Kingland, or even that race before that, in his first race, his debut, those opening fractions for the quarter mile and half a mile were the fastest that any horse in this field has been able to produce.
Yeah, it looked pretty good back then, and it drops in class today. That has a really good trainer, Kenneth McPeak, and also David Cohen rides this horse. So.
Number 10 is my Saturday evening gig when I'm done here, my moonlight job. Captain Fantastic, Terry. $100,000 horse, ran 14 times, hit the board in 6 of 14, so almost 50% of the time. 4 out of 9 in the money on a fast track. Been close. Is dropping from $50,000 purse down to $35,000 purse. It's a horse to me that maybe looks like it's a little on the tired side.
Could be, although it had a really good bullet workout, 59.4 for 5 furlongs, best out of 27.
Yeah, it was a good one. That was at Oaklawn too, so maybe it's ready to come out firing for jockey Ivano Franco. Okay, well, how are you going to rank this race, Terry?
I like number 1, Roulette, and then I like number 7, My Favorite Uncle. Number 8, Seguil is my 3rd pick, and Solano is my 4th pick.
The 6 horse?
Yes, the 6 horse.
So you have 1, 7, 8, and 6, Terry.
Yep.
This race is, to me, is kind of wide open too. So I'm going to go with, Terry, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put the 6 horse on top because if he does come ready to run, those early pace figures say he should be by himself. And if he's by himself, we've seen what happens to horses that get on the lead by themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go with the 8, the 7, and the 1. So we have the same 4 horses. We just don't have them in the same order. The one horse that looks like we ought to be concerned with is the 2 horse, Terry. So right now the odds on that 2-horse are 5-1. Namesake down from 8-1, and he's one of the few horses that's down in odds.
All right.
So 1 minute to go before the post for race number 8. They are, let's see, at Fairgrounds. I know they're having that Louisiana Day over there. So Fairgrounds right now, they are 7 minutes to post to race number 9. Terry, myself, Sean, and Tom, along with John Dooley, the voice of the Fairgrounds. We went over races 10, 11, and 12. So head over to Horse Racing Radar to check out those picks, or you can go get them off like the guaranteed tip sheet as well.
That's right.
And then we got 2 races to go, Terry, at Oaklawn. And you want to talk about which track you want to do on Monday?
Yeah, I hadn't even looked at. I think there's
5
Parks
tracks
is running. There's 5 tracks running.
Yeah, so it's a pretty light day of racing on Monday. You know, they're heading into holiday season,
Yeah,
too, Terry. So
it's going to get even lighter as the week goes by. You know, after next week.
yeah, which is good because we can use a little bit of a rest, right?
We could, yes.
Terry and I have been busting hump, and we're now moving forward with the horseracingtoday.net. A lot of good stuff. Gonna have a story from Sean coming up shortly on the site as well. So Monday you got Mahoning Valley, Mountaineer, Parks, Turf Paradise, and Zia Park. Which one do you want to do our pick for Monday's show?
Let's do Turf Paradise.
Wants to do Turf Paradise. So Turf Paradise on Monday for our pick 4. Again, our show every week, Monday through Thursday, starts at 1 o'clock Eastern. We go over some news, some opinions, some analysis. Then we make our pick 4. We box them up. Our pick 4 will be at Turf Paradise. What do you want to do on Tuesday? Tuesday's the same tracks, but include Penn National on that list.
Okay, let's do Parks.
Tuesday is Parks. Wednesday is Parks. Tuesday is Parks. And then we'll talk about what we're going to do the rest of the week after that. Right now, they're heading into the gates for race number 8, Terry.
Okay.
Let's see how they play out here. Oh, the 1-horse, he don't want to go in, Terry.
Yeah, he's backing up a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a little bit upset with the folks putting him in the gate, the handlers there. He's like, what are you doing? I was in all this open space, minding my own business. Looks like the 2-horse is a little bit anxious, too.
Sometimes when they're reluctant to load, they want to get out of there fast, so they'll break first.
Yeah, they're eager to get out of that tight space.
That's right.
Claustrophobic horses. Claustrophobic equines. Looks to me like they're just waiting on number 10, who's playing a little bit of gamesmanship in the back, doesn't want to go in, kind of circling him around a little bit. And he's tugging on the reins, saying, "Nah, buddy, I don't want to go in there." They left the front gate open, so there you go. No, that was on the 11. So he goes in. They're all in, Terry, and it looks like the starter's assistant moved off to the side, and they're off. 10-horse, they kind of hung on to him a little late, so he got a bad break. The 9-horse, Terry, eases to the lead. The 6-horse did not break sharply, so I think that time off may not have might not be ready to run. So my top pick, it looks like he could be in trouble.
Yeah, I thought that the long time off was. I don't like to see that. I don't like to play a horse that's been off that long.
So the 2-horse, which did take in some money that I was a little bit concerned in, is on the lead. Terry striding easily at 23 8/10 of a second. So followed tightly by the 3-horse. And then you got a pack of horses, and here they come, Terry. They're big and that 10-horse that got a rough start is a part of the mix now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, so it means he kind of had to rush up a little bit. So I'd expect that he's going to probably struggle a little bit. The 6-horse is now part of the mix. So right now across the track, it's 2, 3, 9, and 10, 4 wide. The 6 is behind a wall of horses looking for a space to go. But it looks to me like right now, Terry, the 6-horse, if anyone's going to beat the 2, it's going to be the 6, because the jockey on the 2 just looked between his legs, and he's like, I got a lot of horse left and ain't nothing coming.
Yeah, looks like it.
But if that rail opens up, the 6-horse might find its way in there. And let's see. Here they come. So it looks to me like it's going to be the 2-horse, Terry.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
he's running away from us. That's the one I was afraid of because the odds came down, and it's going to go 2, 10, 9, and 6, Terry.
Okay.
So, Namesake takes the title there with Ricardo Santana and Ron Moquette, making it a very difficult day for you and I so far at Oaklawn Park, Terry.
Yeah, the only positive thing I had was that $22 winner. So,
Well, the thing here, Terry, that I'm finding is, the horse that gets the lead's keeping the lead.
yeah,
And it's just a matter of figuring out which horse is going to get the lead, right?
that's right.
So if you can figure out what horse is going to get the lead, I mean, we had the 2 as the 4th fastest horse out of the gate. The 6 didn't fire. The 1 got off to a rough start, and I don't know what happened to the 4 at the get-go, but it was definitely. I mean, that's that 3 races in a row. The horses have gone wire to wire.
Yep.
So maybe we can figure out in race number 9 which horse is going to get to the lead, Terry, which is a stakes race. The one horse he finished dead last.
Oh, well.
Here comes the 2. Yeah, I knew as soon as Ricardo looked between his legs that race was over.
Yeah. Usually when they do that, they know they have the horse. They just want to see if there's something coming.
Yeah, so how much do they have to use to maintain the lead? All right, Terry and I will be back 12 minutes to post for race number 9, which is the Poinsettia Stakes. You have what's likely to be a heavy favorite there in number 4. That is Superstock, I think is his name. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But he's finished behind Flash of Mischief the 2 times they've raced up. And then you have the 2-horse Defeater, the one that's the most likely raced in the field that might have some upside. I'm going to really try to figure out which horse is going to get to the lead, Terry, and I'm just going to circle that one.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you 12 minutes to post.
See you then.
Terry, it is the Poinsettia Stakes for the holiday season, aptly named race. It's 1 1/16 mile on the main track, a distance we have not covered yet today. So maybe something other than the horse that gets to the lead can win this race. But so far, there's been 100. Last year there were 120 races at the distance, Terry. Of those 120 races, 76 speed horses. So once again, speed was the way to win at Oaklawn Park last year. So far this year, they've had a handful of races at the distance, 5 of them. And of those 5, Terry, 3 were won by speed horses, 2 came from off the pace. Last year, there was a definite inside bias for the first 3, 1, 2, and 3 posts. This year, it looks like the bias is outside. So track's still running fast, but maybe there's something about the inside. Although it looks like in every race, horses on the inside do get a good clean trip right out of the gate.
Yeah, they look like they're doing a lot better than the ones that are on the outside. So,
Yes. And then as
and I
far as
think,
the early pace is concerned, it does look like, but I got to tell you, Terry, the pace numbers, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, and the 2. So for 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they all have very, very similar numbers, just literally just decimals separating them. So any one of those horses could be on the lead. On the way home, Superstock does have a little bit of an advantage over Ram, Last Samurai, and Defeater. The rest of them don't have much of a late kick relative to those top horses there. As far as our stock chart goes, Terry, does look like the 4 horse and the 3 horse are probably in the 2 horse. They look like, along with the horse on the outside, the 7, they do look like the horses that have the highest average top there, except for the 1 horse. The 1 horse sneaks in there now and then with a little high number there. So
yeah,
that's how the stock chart looks for the horses for the speed range. Let's run down the field horse, starting with horse number 1, Terry. What are your thoughts about the rail horse?
well, the rail's been winning a 21% clip, and this horse has the best, uh, speed among the fastest among today's starters. I actually liked this horse before. I didn't pick it as one of my picks, but I always loved the name, and I've played this horse several times. I like John Court as a jockey, so we'll just have to
Mhm.
see how it does.
Yeah, looking at the horse, it's making its 5th start off a layoff. It hasn't made it to a 5 race cycle before. The last race, Terry, would be what I would call walking down the ladder. So, what that means is in the last race, it had a lower speed figure than it did the race before. And then, as far as its placements at the end of the race, 2 races back in the stretch, it was first. And then last time out in the stretch, it was fifth. And in the finish, finished second by a neck at Parks in a grade 3, finished third by 4 1/4 last time out at Churchill Downs. So the horse, its performance in terms of its speed number and its, where it was at the last half of the race, stepping down the ladder. Number 2 is Defeater, Terry, Ricardo Santana Jr., Thomas Amos. This is one of the more lightly raced horses in the field. 5 times been out, 4 times in the money with 2 wins and 2 seconds. 1 trip off the board a couple races back when it raced against some of these horses, Terry.
Yeah, it won a really easy race at Churchill Downs. Won it by 7 1/4 lengths at a mile. And of course, we're going a little bit farther today, but I think he can handle that. He ran second at that distance in the past.
Number 3, Terry, is Flash of Mischief. Horse has been, it seems like it found its form this year, hitting the board 9 of 11 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds. Did tie for the top last race speed figure last night and looking to improve in round 2 off the bench.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he can either run on top or he can come from close off the base. He has the highest last speed rating, tied with another one. The trainer wins 26% of the time when he brings a horse that won back for another race.
Number 4 is Superstock. It is the morning line favorite right now on the board. The 2 horse is the favorite, Defeater, followed by the 4 horse here in Superstock. The interesting thing for me for Superstock is it's faced up against Flash of Mischief twice, was the betting favorite against it both times, but finished behind it both times.
Yeah, absolutely. This horse has been the favorite the last 3 races in a row. And it seems like it wins, then it runs bad race, and it'll win again. It's won 3 out of 8 this year, as you said. The trainer's won 4 out of 12 mounts in the last 14 days, and it also has a really good dirt speed.
Number 5 is Myopic. It's another one, Terry, I feel like can be on the early pace. It did face up against Defeater last time out and actually had to head on Defeater after a half mile. And then it had a little bit of problems, didn't like being pressed, and then faded. So can it improve in race 2 coming in from, well, his horses run all over the place?
Well, it's one that's the only race at this distance, so it could improve. They're going to put blinkers on it today, and the jockey trainer combo, as we've said earlier today, has really done well in the last 14 days. 8 out of 8 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds. Robertino Doro is, I think, a really top-notch trainer, and of course, him and David Cohen do a good job together.
Yeah, they got us a little earlier in the day, so maybe they could do it again here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you rewind back a few races, the horse does have the fastest opening fractions that any horse in this field has been able to achieve, so can get off to the lead. We've seen what that can do all day today. Number 6 is Simovic. Terry, horse has been in the money 3 out of 6 starts, 2 wins and a second. It is a horse that improved its speed figure the last 2 races. Third start off a layoff, has not been able to make it a 3-race cycle before, so maybe this time it can make it a 3-race cycle, and the old-fashioned handicapping angle, 3rd race off a layoff.
Yeah, it could be. It's tried 1, 2, 3, 4 tracks now. It's one at Gulfstream, it's one at Churchill Downs. It has a sharp workout December 4th of 1:03 breezing, 6th best out of 26.
The final horse in this field is Ram, Terry, a $375,000 horse, the son of American Pharaoh. So he got some good bloodlines there. Terry, absolutely top pedigree, tied with Flash of Mischief for this distance and surface. Did put up one of the top last race speed figures. Doesn't look to be like it's going to be a speed horse, Terry, but does have some of the best closing numbers.
Absolutely. It likes to close from far back. But you look at that workout at Churchill Downs, 34.3 breezing for 3 furlongs. That's really fast. And that's best out of 22.
Yeah, they're going to try to giddy up and go with Ram, though that's not been what he has done on the course, Terry, by any question. All right, so how are you going to stack them and rack them for race number 9, the Poinsettia Stakes at Oaklawn Park?
I like number 3, Flash of Mistress, in my first pick. And I like number 2, Defeater. And I like number 5, Myopic. And then I like number 4, Superstock.
3, 2, 4, and 5 for Terry. I am going to go 3, 2, 4, and 7. The Ram on the outside. They're going to be a little bit, like I said, there's 5 horses here, Terry, that have a lot of early pace to them. So I think to get the lead, especially, we've noticed it for sure, right? That there's a speed bias today at the track.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
And there's a speed bias because it's not the favorites getting to the front and winning. It's prices getting to the front and winning. So it's not necessarily just the best horse that happens to be fast. So if we've noticed it, the jockeys and trainers and owners have noticed it. And I'm certain that they're, telling their jockeys to get to the front, right? Be as close to the front as you can be.
Absolutely.
So I think with 5 horses that have similar early pace figures, we could see for the first time a horse, if they all go out and press, a horse come from off the pace and actually win this race. And if that is the case, then I feel like the 7 horse will have a really good chance.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So there are about 2 minutes to go from post to race number 9 here. Fairgrounds is about to hit into the last 3 races. Race number 10, where we started our picks with John Dooley. They're about 7 minutes from that over there at Fairgrounds, so you might want to go check that out. I feel like hopefully we did a good job at Fairgrounds today.
I hope so.
Hey, the thing is, we just the speed horses today. It's been a tough day. Every handicapper has them, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm a streaky type player. I'll be really good for a week or 2, and then for some reason I can't pick anything. So
for me, I'm usually not streaky. so much as I am, I would say that I'm within the same card. I usually have a couple in there that do
Yeah.
pretty well. And then I'll have a couple of races where I miss. So I'm kind of like I don't know what you want to call that, Terry, but I usually find something in the course of a card that works for me. Today's one of those rare days where it's been kind of difficult. I had a nice exact a little earlier in the day, but really, I don't think we've put three horses together for first, second, and third yet.
No, it hasn't happened. So
Mm-mm.
anyway, do you see that Gulfstream? I think that pick 5 paid like, I don't know, 15,000 or something like that, and it wouldn't have been that hard to get because the first race was maiden,
Mm-hmm.
and if you did an all in that race and then played, if you look at the guaranteed tip sheets and played either their first, second, or third picks in
Mm-hmm.
each one of those races, you would have got it.
But they
And
didn't have the first one.
No, they didn't. I mean, that horse paid $98 to win. Nobody had it, but
Yeah, well, that's obviously pretty true. So, well,
yeah,
so if you had gone all first, second, or third, first, second, or third, first, second, or third, you would have had it, Terry.
that's right. And actually, 2 of the top picks on the guaranteed tip sheet ran first, including the last leg. So
The last leg, so the last leg number 5, that's 7 horse.
yep, he won.
Danzatel, which was 9-2 morning line. I don't know what it
Mhm.
went off at.
We paid 10, I think, 10 something.
You know, today too, another thing, Terry, that you and I talked about on our daily show. Robbie Alvarado is going to make his last race today. I think at Turfway Park, race number 7, if I remember correctly. So,
Yeah,
Robbie, we wish you luck in your retirement from horse racing. I'm sure we'll see you again doing something else that's most likely horse racing related, Terry.
yep.
And then we got, of course, the NFL tomorrow, Terry. The 49ers got a big game in the Midwest against the Cincinnati Bengals, a repeat of the Super Bowl, where Joe Montana reportedly looked over to his teammates and said, "Look, there's John Candy in the stands."
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right, here we go, Terry. Race number 9. Let's see if we can get a exacta or trifecta here, Terry.
okay, sounds good.
I'm feeling it, my man.
Actually, the 7th horse in the 5th race at Gulfstream paid $13.60.
Not bad for a top pick,
Yeah,
huh?
no, it's not bad at all. And the pick 5 paid $16,755.
What did
for
the pick?
50
What did the
cents.
pick 4 pay?
Pick 4 only paid $170.
For 50 cents, that's not bad.
No, you
That's
could have
what
had
that's what a $90 horse will do for you, though.
That's
And
right.
they're off. The 2 horse
Okay.
Terry Defeater got a bad break.
Uh-oh.
So right now the 3 horse is on the lead, followed closely by the 4 horse. The 1 is on the inside with the 5, the 6, and the 7. The 6 moves down to save some ground. So the 3 horse is on the lead, Terry. So if speed holds up as it has, then the 3 horse call Flash of Mischief might be your winner, followed closely by the 5. And then you have the 4, Myopic. So the current running order is Flash of Mischief, Myopic, and then Superstock, Last Samurai moving into the picture now. The 2 horse has made a move up onto the rail, but I don't know that it can overcome that tough start, Terry.
It's hard, yeah, and you got to spend a lot of energy to get back into the race. So,
Well, the jockey did a good job, I feel like, in that Ricardo Santana, that he didn't rush the horse up. He kind of let him ease his way into place, Terry. But I feel like it's going to be a difficult spot for him. The 7 horse Terry is all the way in the back. They ran 48-4, so it wasn't all of that fast. So the 3 horse, here comes the 7 horse. The 7 horse is making a pretty good move, Terry. Making a really good move. But the question is, I mean, you just haven't been able to get past horses on the lead all day today.
And I see the jockey look back underneath his legs on the 3. So
4 horses making his move now. Is he going to be able to get him? No, I don't think he is. The 1 horse is actually getting the better of the 4 horse right now. Yeah, and it looks like the 1 horse is going to actually. The 4 is breaking through. The 3 gave up the lead. Here comes the Last Samurai, Terry. The 1 horse.
The one I said I always kind of liked.
The 1, 4, 3, and 2.
Yeah, the 1 is the one I said I always kind of liked, and it's always kind of screwy, that one. It's hard to decide what it's going to do each race.
I don't know, Terry. Been a rough day.
It has been, yeah.
Yes.
I should have went with my gut and my favorite, the one.
Well, we got one race left to get something done here, Terry, to make up for the day. You know, it's like golf. When you go play golf, if you have 17 bad holes, but the 18th hole is a good one,
Yeah. Or
then
fishing
yes, yeah, you don't catch anything all day, and then you catch the big one at the end.
right at the
It's
end.
well worth it. So let's hope we can hit a nice trifecta in the
It
last
sounds
leg here,
good.
Terry. If not, we're gonna have our work cut out for us Monday. Come back
That's,
with a hell of a pick 4.
that's right. Yep.
All right, Terry, I'll see you 12 minutes to post for the nightcap race number 10 at Oaklawn Park. It's been a tough day. Hopefully, we can go home with a good feeling. See you in 12
Yep.
minutes.
See you then.
All right, Terry. Our last chance at redemption, my friend.
That's it.
As Howard Cosell might say, if you're younger than 60, Google that one. Mile and a 16th again. Last time out, we saw a mile and a 16th. The speed horse gave it up a little bit, Terry. So maybe speed isn't as important as it is in, well, it was on the other distances. So hopefully we can get a nice race here. Go home, big winners. You have a deep field. The number 6 and the number 10 are scratched in this allowance $100,000 non-winners of one lifetime, Terry. Let's take a quick look at how they might pop out of the gates, Terry. Mia Comet might be the fastest. Does seem to have a little bit of a good pace figure advantage over Continental Coins and Palace Coup. On the way home, Phantom Dance is got the strongest late legs. Luck of the draw, quarterback Dak, which I've coined a term for quarterback Dak, indacurate. How about that? Number 4, Continental Coins and Palace Coupe. Those 4 have pretty similar late pace numbers and should be chasing. Well, I don't know if they'll be chasing the 9, but the 9 will definitely have its work cut out to get in front of the other horses. As far as my stock chart goes, Terry, here's what they look like. You look at that dots right there, Terry. It looks to me like the 8 horse has the highest average and one of the better upsides. The 3 horse looks like it could be a long shot because it does have a pretty good range in its speed figures, followed by the 9 horse. I think this chart is kind of helpful. I mean, it's pegged 2 winners today, 2 long shots too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So overall, what are your thoughts of this chart, Terry?
I like the chart. I mean, I want to get to know it a little bit better. And, I think it'd be a good tool to use while you're doing handicapping. So
if you're watching and you see it, what do you think? Let us know in the comment section, or you could tell us on Horse Race Today. It's the number 2, as you see scrolling at the bottom, at Horse Race Today on Facebook and Twitter. Personally, I like it because I come from the financial background, so stock charts are part of what I do. All right, quarterback Dak, Terry. What are your thoughts about quarterback Dak? Not the football player, but the horse.
Well, again, the Real Post have been winning at 21% clip. He finished 3rd in his last race. He led all the way until about mid-stretch, and he was a big long shot. He was 51 to 1 at Kingland. It was his first race back since July, so it was a pretty good race, I think. And then he's had a good workout since October 23rd of 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2 breezing, 6th best out of 27. He's ran 3rd once at this track, and he likes the distance. He's been in the money 6 out of 8 times, won twice.
Yes, and if you look at those speed figures, Terry, I know he took some time off and came back, but it was 4 consecutive speed figure increases for that horse, so maybe he can do it again.
Yep.
Number 2 is Otto the Legend. Back to Otto Graham, Terry, back in your days of football.
Yeah.
Top pedigree, dropping in class from $127,000 purse last time out to $100,000 purse. One of the few horses in the field that's actually running for less money this time out than last time.
Yeah, and again, this is another horse trained by Steve Asmussen, and he's 1 for 1 at Oaklawn Park. He's also 1 for 1 at this distance, and I'm going to throw that last race out. So,
number 3 is Palace Coupe. Terry, Palace Coup. I'm sorry. I guess you could call it Coupe if it were, but I have to E at the end. But anyway, Palace Coup is a horse that's probably going to be amongst the favorites, amongst the bettors, Terry. It does have one of the last best race speed figures, does have a lot of early pace, and has increased its speed figure 4 consecutive races. Can it make it 5 in a row on the upside?
Yeah, and actually, it's got 5 out of 6 races in the money at this distance, then won 50% of those. Likes to run on top. He's come in from Delmar to Kingland and ran 2nd, only beating a neck, and then at Churchill Downs he won. So
yes, indeed. 2nd favorite on the board right now at 3 to 1. The 4 horse, Terry, is Continental Coins, David Cabrera and Brett Calhoun. 5-1 morning line, Terry. The bettors are kind of moving away from the 4-horse as his odds have risen to 14-1. So this is what you would call a classic overlay. Won 1 out of 5 races. That race was at Oaklawn Park, a mile and a 16th, just like today when it broke its maiden.
Yeah, yeah. So it's perfect here for the distance and at the track,
Mm-hmm.
and he's eligible to improve after the third race after the layoff. So
Yeah, and if you look back at the first 3 race cycle, it was the third race in that cycle that was at Oaklawn Park, that was at a mile and a 16th, that ended up in the winner's circle. So David Cabrera is looking to repeat history. Luck of the draw, Terry. The 5-horse is 10-1 morning line, 10-1 right now. And what do you think about this one?
well, he ran on the turf last time, so he's returning to dirt. I think he likes dirt a little bit better. And so I think he'd be all right. I don't think. Let's see, he's got 7 out of 11 in the money, and he's won here at Oaklawn Park. He's also won 3 times at this distance.
So luck of the draw, Ramon Vasquez and Robertino Diodoro. First time off a claim for Robertino, which is an interesting angle for me because we saw that a little earlier that Robertino can get a horse that normally runs close to the pace, as you've seen with luck of the draw, and get him on or to the lead, which is what I kind of think you're going to see luck of the draw try to do today, like we saw it do with the 4-horse that won at about similar price, Terry, a little bit earlier. That one win at Oaklawn Park, Terry, was at a mile and a 16th, where he ran second all the way around the track and then finished in the winner's circle as he moved past the winner late. So I'm looking for the 6-horse to kind of do what the 4-horse did a little while ago. Number 7 is Don't Show Weakness, Terry. This is a good example of what kids should not do in the face of a bully. What do you think about Don't Show Weakness showing weakness against the rest of the field?
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's going to be a little bit weak. It's coming in from Indiana Grand, and it's never raced at Oaklawn Park. It has 2 out of 6 wins at this distance. Workouts have been okay.
I don't see much there. This horse taking a big step up. Last time out ran for $36,000, up for $100,000 today. So I don't see anything to tell me that's warranting that big increase in pool chasing. Number 8 is Mr. Tip. I do have a chance to rapper joke in there, but I'll let it go. He's going to make his 6th start off of a layoff.
Yeah,
I do like that mid-pace move in the last race. Terry was very impressive.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he did falter at the end, but actually he had Graffione back on. Now he has Santana. We'll see if he can do a little better. He had the highest speed figure at today's distance.
Indeed. Number 9 is Phantom Dance, Terry. Top pedigree. Last race was a speed figure above par for this group. The only horse in the field to achieve a speed figure above par. So maybe that can translate to another win. Second time off a layoff. Looking back at this horse's previous 2 race cycles, round 2 is usually better than round 1. And if round 1 was better than anything anybody could do last time, then round 2 should be better than anything any of this horse can do this time.
Yeah, he came into the stretch 4 wide in his last race, and he only was beaten the neck at Del Mar. He comes from Del Mar, Santa Anita area.
Mm-hmm.
And, this horse is within a neck of having 4 wins in a row.
Yes, indeed. Going to be competitive, and that's why the bettors have him as the 9-5 favorite. The 10-horse is out of this race. That leaves number 11, Gigging. Number 11, Gigging, is going to run with Kylie Jordan and trainer Norman Cash, getting a weight allowance. Horse looks to me like it's going to be amongst the closers in the group, Terry.
Yeah, it has the highest speed figure at today's distance. This trainer, as you said, has been very good in the last 14 days. Won 2 out of 6. And he wins 24% of the time he brings a horse to an allowance race.
The number 12 rounding out the field is Mia Comet, Terry. This one is going to be on the lead. It needs the lead. If it can get to the lead from the outside, that's going to be the question for this particular horse, Terry, because that turn does come. And when that turn comes, if it's not on the lead, the horse might not know what to do.
It has some really good workouts. And the jockey, we said 2 or 3 times today. His last 7 days has been in the money 50% of the time and won 5 of those races.
Yeah, but unfortunately hasn't been in the money for us when we picked him.
Nope.
Maybe he has. I don't remember. It's been one of those days. All right, Terry. So we have 2 minutes to post before race number 10, the nightcap at Oaklawn Park. We have to, Terry, go home with a good feeling. So
Well, here
how
it
are
is.
you going to go home to have a good feeling?
This is the way it's going to work out. I
All
like
right.
number
I
9.
like you're speaking it right into the universe. Go ahead.
That's it. I like number 9 as my first pick. Going to win this race.
All right.
And then number 1, quarterback Dak, is going to run second. Number 5, Luck of the Draw, will run third. Number 3, Palace Coupe, will run fourth.
Terry's
and the
calling
fifth
it right
horse, well, the horse going to run fifth is number 4.
Why are you picking a fifth horse?
Because I don't know if there is one of those 5 horse,
Pentathica or whatever.
whatever they call those.
Well, yeah, that could well be. So I don't have a fifth horse, Terry. All right, if I'm going to pick a fifth horse, who is it going to be? So I'm going to go with, I know who the fifth horse is for me anyway. So I'm going to go with the 9 on top. I like the 3 horse coming in second. I like the 5 horse coming in third, Terry. I'm going to take the 4 horse for fourth. And then I'm going to put the 1 horse in for fifth for the pentafecta or whatever it's called.
Okay.
So let's see how it comes in.
Yeah.
Right now, they're about a minute from heading into the gates for the final race. You know, I talked a little bit about fairgrounds and the podcast that we did with John Dooley. The first leg went off, race number 10, and it went 2-5-4. Terry, you had Monty Man was your second choice. The 5 horse was your first choice.
That's
so
right.
You had the exacta box, and then Sean had the 2 and the 5 as his second and third choices. I don't think that Tom had the 2 horse in his picks, and I had the ice cold, Terry. No, I didn't have it. I had 5-2-4. It went 2-5-4. So yeah, we all 3 out of 4 of us had the exacta, and I think the 2 horse was like an $11 horse. So
wow,
nice exacta, nice trifecta. I don't know what's going to happen in race 11 or 12, but we'll find out.
Oh, that's a good start, though. Was it a pretty good pay on the exacta?
I think the exacta paid. Let's see. So fairgrounds race number 10. The exacta paid. The exacta paid for $121.90. So not bad.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
For 50 cents, the trifecta paid $39.10. So
all right. Yeah. Anytime an exacta pays up above $10, I think it's a good payoff.
Well, they're about 4 minutes from race number 4. So you can head on over to horseracingtoday.net to see our picks for races number 11 and 12. We didn't do the last race because it's not a stakes race. So Terry and I were thinking about going in between Fairgrounds and Oaklawn Park today, and we decided to go to Oaklawn because it was a shorter card. And maybe it's punishment for being lazy, Terry, because over at the guaranteed tip sheet, the handicapping that we've done there is lighten it up at Fairgrounds. So.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Well, I'm glad that they are.
Well, the last few races I've seen, I didn't see them all. I just looked back at a few. So,
yeah, I'm glad they're doing well because I'll tell you, I really like guaranteed tip sheets. They do very well.
And off they go. The 1 horse, Terry, got a really bad break. The 12 horse kind of went wide, and he's hustling up for the lead to get to that lead before the turn, Terry, but he's going to be he cleared some horses. So he got his way up there, Terry. But they're about 4 wide on the track because the 3 horse kind of took the turn a little wide. The opening quarter, Terry. So you have Mia Comet on the lead, followed by the 3 horse who's on the inside, making sure that Palace Coupe, making sure that the 12 horse runs honest. Opening quarter in 22 and 8. I think, Terry, for a mile and a 16th, if I may opine, too fast.
Yeah, it's a little fast. They should be going 23 and change.
Yeah, I would.
Maybe 24.
Under 23. Those are 46 and 2 for the opening half. Too fast, Terry.
That is way too fast.
Mm-hmm. So here they have them down. You never know, though. Coming down the back stretch, it looks like you got the 4 horse in there, Terry, and the 7 horse. 4 horses making its move. The 3 horses dropped out of the race, it looks like. That leaves the 4 horse. So the 3 horse is one that we both had. Here comes the 5 horse, the one we both have, Terry. But the 12 horse has got a good hold on things, Terry. Maybe he's going to hold on.
Could be.
Shipper.
Yeah. Shipped him in, yeah.
I don't know though. Those fractions were just way too fast early. So here comes the 5 horse making his move, moves by the 12 horse. Here comes the 9 horse late Terry making its move. Come on, bring the 4 horse with it so we can get a trifecta here. Come on. Neither one of us has the 2 horse though, so nope, it's not going to happen. It's going to go 5, 2, and 9. We both had the 9 horse. We both had the 5 horse, but we did not have the 2 horse in the middle, Terry.
Nope, did not.
And there's the 3 horse just kind of bloom, bloom, bloom on the way in. Palace Coupe, but does not. And that 5 horse, Terry, was that Robertino Diodoro horse that we talked about.
Yeah, and that's
so the
2 now.
Angle today that I got right, that I missed in the other race.
Yeah, he had 2 today, right? 2 like that.
Funny, I missed on everything else, but that's the one thing today that I nailed right.
Yeah.
And that horse went off, Terry, at 5 horse went off at 9-1. Luck of the draw.
Oh, wow. That's our third pick. Both of us had that as our third pick.
5, 2, 9. Yeah, 5, 2, 9, maybe 11, maybe 12.
Yeah, I thought the 9 would do a little better than that, but oh well, that's horse racing for you.
Well, we had the 5 horse in there, Terry, right? So I'll take it.
Yeah, me too.
I wish we would have had him more. I mean, that was some, yeah. Anyway, to have an 18-1 horse, $18 horse in your top 3, I'll take him, Terry. Sniff that one out. I wish we would have sniffed more out today. We'll sniff them out on Monday at Turf Paradise, and then on Tuesday at Parks. Make sure you join Terry and I at 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll probably move that start time up a little bit, though, after the first of the year, because it does look like a lot of folks do make it to the website around 10 o'clock in the morning, Central Time, 11 Eastern. So we'll probably bump the time up to accommodate folks a little bit. If indeed you like what you saw today, and well, the only thing I like was that last race there, Terry. But if you do like what you saw, like us on Facebook and Twitter at Horse Race Today. Subscribe here at YouTube at Racing Radar TV. Of course, normally we do a little better than today, Terry.
Yeah, no, we do normally. So,
all right, folks, it's been a fantastic Saturday, at least in terms of fun. So, we're doing horse racing. It could be worse, right?
Could be, yeah.
Any final words of wisdom before we get up and out of here for this weekend, Terry?
Well, I just hope everybody stays safe and, buys lots of gifts for their loved ones, if that's what they're inclined to do. And then just have a real good week. And I hope the weather stays good for everybody. I know they had some problems, especially Kentucky.
Midwest. Illinois, yeah. There was in Illinois, a tornado knocked down a Amazon warehouse. So,
yeah. So I hope everybody's safe and does all right. And other than that, I'm not too disappointed with how I did. I had 3 winners out of 10 races, and one of my winners paid 22 something. So that's not too bad. Not great, but not bad.
I'm disappointed because I like to do very well, Terry. I have real high standards for myself, and I know you do too. So
I do.
All right, folks, everybody have a fantastic weekend. As always, we hope that your life and all of your picks, Terry, end up in the
winner's circle.
Indeed. See you all on Monday.